It is somewhere past 3 in the morning, and you are awake. Not startled awake, not pulled from a nightmare, not roused by sound. Simply awake, all at once, as though a switch somewhere deep in the architecture of your body has been thrown without asking your permission. The room is dark in the particular way that only the deep hours are dark. A darkness with weight to it, settled and complete. Your breathing is slow, your heartbeat is calm, and yet some quiet, watchful part of you is listening. The way a sentry listens, the way something listens when it has been told long ago and by no one in particular that this is the hour to listen. You do not know why you are awake. You will likely never fully know. Scientists who have spent careers studying sleep will tell you, with the particular honesty of people who have looked closely at something and found it larger than expected, that this hour still keeps part of its explanation to itself. But your body knows something. It has known it for a very long time. Far longer than houses, far longer than walls, far longer than the idea of a night spent safely indoors with the door closed against the dark. Tonight, in the stillness of this hour, we're going to follow that knowing backward. Not to frighten it away, but to understand it, gently, the way you might sit beside an old animal and finally learn why it still flinches at certain sounds. We're going to walk back through the long corridor of nights that came before this one, through firelight and grassland and the half-remembered shapes of creatures that hunted in the dark, until the strange clarity of 3 in the morning starts to make a kind of sense your conscious mind has never quite been given permission to feel. Let your eyes stay closed if they want to. You do not need to be anywhere but here. There is a particular hour that almost everyone who has ever lived has shared, whether they kept time with a clock or with the turning of stars, whether they slept on a mattress or on packed earth beside a dying fire. It falls somewhere between deep night and the first grey suggestion of morning, a stretch of time too late to be called evening and too early to be called dawn. Across centuries, across continents, across nearly every culture that has left behind a written record of its nights, this hour has been given names. The witching hour, the hour of the wolf, the dead of night. Each name carries the same quiet implication that something about this particular stretch of darkness is different from the hours around it, that the body and the mind behave differently here than they do at midnight or at 4 in the afternoon. If you have ever opened your eyes in that hour with no apparent cause, calm but unmistakably alert, you are not unusual. You are, if anything, behaving exactly as your species has behaved for a very long stretch of its existence. Sleep researchers who study this phenomenon describe waking episodes that arrive without nightmare, without noise, without any obvious trigger at all, simply a clean transition from unconsciousness to a strange, watchful clarity, often accompanied by the sense that you are listening for something, though you could not say what. For a long time, modern medicine treated this as a malfunction, a symptom to be managed, a fragment of insomnia to be corrected with better habits, or softer light, or fewer hours spent looking at a screen before bed, and in many cases, that framing is useful and true. But beneath the practical advice, researchers working across very different fields, evolutionary biology, sleep physiology, anthropology, and the deep archaeology of the human story, have begun assembling a quieter and far older possibility. That this hour of unexplained wakefulness is not a flaw at all, that it may be an inheritance. To understand an inheritance, you have to go looking for where it came from, and so tonight's story does not begin in a bedroom. It begins much further back, in a landscape without walls or doors or the comfort of a locked window, in a world where the difference between sleeping safely and not sleeping safely was not an abstraction, but the entire question of whether morning would come at all. The instinct that still visits you near 3 in the morning was built somewhere out there, in grass taller than a person, beneath a sky with no streetlights to dim it, among animals that no longer exist but whose shadow, in a way that still puzzles the scientists who study it closely, has never quite left us. If you find comfort in sleepy, slow-moving stories about the deep past, stories meant to be listened to with your eyes closed rather than watched, consider subscribing. New stories like this one arrive every week, each one slower than the last, each one a small return to the old, quiet rhythms your body still half remembers. Before we travel back across the long corridor of deep time, it helps to sit for a while inside the hour itself, the one you may have visited tonight or on some other recent night. the one that has earned names in nearly every language that has bothered to name its hours at all. 3 in the morning, give or take. Sleep scientists who study this window closely have noticed something curious about it almost immediately, which is that it does not behave like ordinary insomnia. Ordinary sleeplessness tends to arrive with a cause attached: worry, discomfort, noise, the lingering charge of a difficult day. The wakefulness of this particular hour often arrives with nothing attached at all. No racing thoughts, no discomfort. Simply a clean, sudden shift from sleep into a state of quiet, alert stillness, as though some internal watchman has finished a shift change and stepped briefly into the light. The body's hormonal rhythms offer one partial explanation, and it is worth sitting with this part carefully, because it is true and useful even before the older story arrives. Cortisol, the hormone most associated with alertness and stress, follows a daily rhythm that researchers call the cortisol awakening response. It is not flat through the night. It begins rising in the deep hours before dawn, often well before sunrise, climbing slowly and steadily so that the body is gradually primed toward wakefulness long before the eyes ever open on a normal morning. At the same time, melatonin, the hormone most associated with sleep onset and the maintenance of deep rest, begins its own slow decline. For a narrow window in the deep night, these two curves cross. Cortisol is rising, melatonin is falling. The body, hormonally speaking, finds itself in a kind of held breath between two states, neither fully asleep nor meaningfully awake, and it is precisely in this narrow window that the lightest stages of sleep tend to cluster. Sleep itself is not a single uniform state, and this matters more than people often realize. Across a typical night, a sleeping body moves through repeating cycles, descending into deep, slow-wave sleep, and then rising back up through lighter stages before dropping into REM, the stage most associated with vivid dreaming, before beginning the cycle again. Each cycle runs roughly 90 minutes, and across a full night there may be 4 or 5 of these cycles in sequence. The deepest, most restorative sleep tends to concentrate in the earlier cycles of the night, while the later cycles, the ones occupying the deep, dark hours before dawn, tend to carry proportionally more light sleep and more REM. This is simply how the architecture of a night's sleep is built, in nearly every healthy sleeper studied across cultures and continents. By 3 or 4 in the morning, the body has often cycled through several full rotations, and it is statistically far more likely to be hovering near the surface of sleep than buried deep within it. A small sound, a shift in temperature, a passing car, even nothing identifiable at all, becomes far more capable of tipping a sleeper upward into wakefulness during these later hours than it would have been 3 hours earlier. This explains the timing reasonably well. It does not, however, explain the quality of the wakefulness itself, and this is the part that researchers across several disciplines keep returning to, almost reluctantly, because it resists tidy explanation. People describing this kind of waking rarely describe ordinary drowsy disorientation, the kind you might feel being shaken awake from deep sleep. They describe something closer to alertness, a clarity, a sense, often reported with mild embarrassment, of listening, of scanning a dark room without quite deciding to, of feeling watchful rather than simply conscious. Surveys conducted across different populations find this description recurring with striking consistency, independent of culture, independent of whether the person sleeping has any history of anxiety or sleep disorder at all. There is a layer of neuroscience that begins cautiously to speak to this. The amygdala, the small almond-shaped structure deep in the brain most associated with threat detection and the rapid assessment of danger, does not switch off uniformly during sleep. During REM sleep specifically, certain studies using functional imaging have found the amygdala showing patterns of activity that, in some respects, resemble waking vigilance more closely than they resemble quiet rest. Layered alongside this is the locus coeruleus, a tiny cluster of neurons in the brainstem responsible for releasing norepinephrine, the chemical messenger most associated with arousal and readiness. Researchers studying its activity across the sleep cycle have noted that its firing pattern is not constant either, and that certain late-night and early-morning windows correspond to brief, almost rhythmic pulses of heightened readiness, pulses that do not always result in full waking but sometimes do. None of this, taken individually, fully accounts for the particular character of 3 in the morning wakefulness, the listening quality of it, the sense so many people report of feeling, however briefly and however irrationally, on watch. Sleep researchers are careful here, and rightly so. Correlation across hormone curves, sleep architecture, and selective neural activity is not the same as proof of a single unified cause. But the pattern keeps appearing, study after study, population after population, and it keeps appearing in a shape that several scientists working independently have begun to describe using the same word: vigilance, not panic, not insomnia in its ordinary clinical sense. Something quieter and older than that, something that behaves less like a malfunction and more like a system doing precisely what it was built to do, even though the world around it has changed almost entirely. It is this gap, the space between what the biology can measure and what the biology cannot yet fully explain, that has pulled researchers outside the sleep laboratory entirely and into far older disciplines. Anthropologists studying the few remaining traditionally living non-industrial human societies have documented something worth pausing on. In several of these communities, segmented and broken sleep, rather than one continuous unbroken block, has been observed as the ordinary pattern rather than the exception, with periods of quiet wakefulness occurring in the deep night as a matter of course rather than as a disorder to be treated. Historians digging through pre-industrial European records have found written evidence of something strikingly similar, an expected period of nighttime wakefulness sitting between what people once simply called a first sleep and a second sleep, treated not as insomnia but as an ordinary, unremarkable feature of how a night was supposed to unfold. And beneath even that historical layer sits a far older question, one that does not belong to medicine or to history at all, but to deep evolutionary time. Why would a body evolve to include a built-in window of light, listening wakefulness in the middle of an otherwise restorative night? What kind of environment would make that trait useful enough to be carried forward generation after generation, long enough to still be sitting quietly inside you tonight? To answer that question, the story has to leave the bedroom entirely and travel back across an extraordinary distance to a time before houses, before fire was tamed, before anything resembling safety, as you understand it now, had been invented at all. It travels back to the grasslands and to the creatures that once moved through them in the dark, watching. If you find yourself drifting already, that is exactly where this story wants you. Let the rest settle in slowly, and if you would like more long, quiet evenings like this one waiting for you, consider subscribing now so the next story is simply there when you need it. To understand why the human body still carries a watchman's hour, it helps to understand the world that built that watchman in the first place. And that world was not always the open grassland most people imagine when they picture early human ancestors. For an extraordinarily long stretch of time before that, the ancestors of those ancestors lived inside forest. Dense, shaded, continuous forest, stretching across much of what is now eastern and central Africa, where the canopy overhead filtered sunlight into soft shifting patches, and where the boundary between ground and tree was, for many of the creatures living there, barely a boundary at all. Roughly between 10 and 5 million years ago, the climate of eastern Africa began to change, slowly at first and then with increasing insistence. Tectonic forces were lifting the land along what would become the East African Rift, a long fracture running through the continent that gradually raised mountain ranges and altered rainfall patterns across enormous distances. As the land rose, moisture from the Indian Ocean struggled increasingly to reach the continent's interior, and the dense, unbroken forest that had sheltered countless generations of early primates began, patch by patch, to thin. What replaced it was not desert, not yet, but something stranger and in many ways more demanding. A mosaic landscape, geologists and paleoecologists now call it, an unstable patchwork of woodland, scrub, and increasingly open grassland, shifting in proportion from one region to the next and from one century to the next, never quite settling into a single stable form. For the primates living through this transition, this instability mattered enormously. The forest had offered cover. It had offered height, the safety of branches above a predator's reach, shade, and 1,000 small hiding places woven into its density. The opening grassland offered almost none of these things. It offered visibility in both directions at once, which is to say, it offered exposure. Fossil evidence from this period, drawn from sites scattered across the Rift Valley and what is now Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania, captures this transition with unusual clarity. Early hominin fossils dating to this window show skeletal features suggesting creatures still partially adapted to climbing. Curved finger bones, shoulder structures suited to moving through branches, alongside features increasingly suited to walking upright across open ground. These were transitional bodies belonging to a transitional world, creatures caught between two ways of living, neither fully arboreal nor fully terrestrial, attempting to navigate a landscape that no longer matched the bodies their ancestors had inherited. Walking upright itself, the trait that would eventually come to define the entire hominin lineage, is increasingly understood by researchers not simply as an efficient way to move across open ground, though it was that, but also as a response to visibility itself. An upright posture raises the eyes higher above the grass, extends the range at which an approaching threat might be spotted, and frees the hands, eventually, for carrying, for tool use, for the slow accumulation of behaviours that would reshape the lineage entirely. But in the earlier stages of this transition, before tools, before any of the cultural scaffolding that would later provide additional protection, an upright early hominin standing in tall grass was, in the most basic and immediate sense, exposed. And the grassland into which these early hominins were emerging was not empty. It was, by every reconstruction paleontologists have managed to assemble from the fossil and sedimentary record, one of the most predator-dense terrestrial environments the African continent has ever supported. Multiple species of large cats moved through these landscapes, alongside hyena lineages far larger and more powerful than their modern descendants, alongside other carnivorous mammals whose names have mostly faded from common memory, but whose fossilized teeth and jaws still tell a consistent story of size, strength, and capability matched against creatures considerably smaller and slower than themselves. This is the first quiet fact worth holding on to tonight. Early hominins emerging onto the African savanna were not apex predators stepping confidently into a new domain. They were, for an extended period of evolutionary time, somewhere closer to the middle of the food web, neither helpless nor dominant, occupying a precarious position that required constant behavioral compensation for what their bodies alone could not provide. They were not the fastest creatures on that landscape. They were not the strongest. What they increasingly were across the slow accumulation of generations was watchful. It is worth pausing here on the scale of time involved, because the human mind, accustomed to thinking in years and decades, struggles naturally to hold spans like this in proper proportion. The transition from forest to mosaic grassland, and the long period of vulnerable adaptation that followed it, did not unfold across a single lifetime, or even across a few hundred lifetimes. It unfolded across hundreds of thousands of years, generation layered upon generation, each one inheriting a landscape only slightly different from the one before it, each one passing forward whatever small behavioral and physiological advantages had helped its predecessors survive long enough to reproduce. Traits that improved the odds of noticing danger before danger noticed you did not need to provide a large advantage to be selected for. They needed only to provide a slightly better chance, repeated across an almost unimaginable number of nights. And of all the times of day across this landscape, the night carried the heaviest weight of risk. Daylight, whatever its dangers, offered visibility in return, the ability to see a predator approaching across open ground from a meaningful distance, the chance to retreat toward higher ground or denser cover. Night offered none of that. Night reduced the entire elaborate sensory advantage that vision provided to something close to nothing, while leaving the predators moving through that same darkness almost entirely unaffected, because many of the creatures hunting across these landscapes were built, eye and ear and nose, specifically for the dark. This is where the story begins to turn towards something more specific than a general sense of ancestral danger, because the predators sharing this landscape with early hominins were not vague, abstract threats. They had names, anatomies, and hunting strategies that paleontologists have reconstructed in remarkable detail, and several of them appear to have specialized in ways that still leave researchers somewhat unsettled when they trace the evidence carefully, in hunting exactly the kind of creature an early hominin happened to be. Before we walk further into that part of the story, let the picture you are holding right now simply settle. A thinning forest, a widening grassland, a small, slow, increasingly upright primate standing somewhere in the tall grass at dusk, watching the light fail, with no fire yet, no shelter yet, nothing but its own eyes and ears and the inherited caution of every ancestor who had managed somehow to survive enough nights to leave descendants behind at all. There is a particular kind of evidence in paleontology that does not announce itself loudly, that sits quietly within fossil bone until someone trained to read it notices what it is actually saying. Among the most striking examples connected to early hominin survival comes from a set of cave sites in southern Africa, the Swartkrans and Sterkfontein deposits, where for decades researchers recovered the fossilized remains of early hominins, alongside an unusually large number of fossilized carnivore remains, particularly large cats. For a long time, the straightforward assumption held that these early hominins were, at least occasionally, the hunters in this relationship, perhaps scavenging or even actively pursuing the carnivores whose bones lay scattered nearby. A closer, more patient examination of the hominin bones themselves told a very different story. Punctures in the skull of a young hominin recovered from one of these sites were eventually matched, with careful comparative analysis, to the spacing and shape of the canine teeth of a large extinct leopard relative, a predator perfectly capable of carrying prey up into trees to feed away from competitors on the ground, a behaviour still observed in modern leopards today. The pattern of damage was not consistent with scavenging or conflict. It was consistent with predation. This early hominin had not been the hunter in this encounter. It had been the prey. This single piece of evidence, once it was properly understood, reframed an entire category of fossil assemblage that researchers had been collecting for years. Taphonomy, the branch of paleontology concerned with how bones come to be deposited and preserved in the particular places they are found, began to reveal a far more unsettling pattern across multiple sites. Many of these caves were not living spaces or burial grounds for early hominins at all. They were, in significant part, predator dens and feeding sites, places where large carnivores dragged prey to consume it in relative safety, and a meaningful proportion of that prey, the fossil record now suggests with reasonable consistency, was early hominin. The predators responsible for this were not the lions and leopards familiar to a modern eye, though distant relatives of both move through these same landscapes. Several extinct species appear to have specialized, at least partially, in exactly this kind of prey. Dinofelis, a saber-toothed cat roughly the size of a modern jaguar, with elongated upper canines adapted for delivering a precise fatal bite to relatively soft-bodied prey, has been found in close fossil association with early hominin remains across multiple sites, closely enough that some researchers have informally and only half-jokingly referred to it as a specialist hominin predator, though the science behind that label is, more carefully stated, an observation of unusually frequent co-occurrence, rather than absolute proof of dietary preference. Meganterion, a related saber-toothed genus with similarly elongated canines, and a build suited to ambush rather than pursuit, appears in comparable contexts. What unites these predators, beyond their general size and the danger they represented, is their hunting style. Unlike pursuit predators built for long chases across open ground, ambush specialists like these relied on stealth, concealment, and a single decisive strike delivered from extremely close range, often from cover, often under low light or no light at all. This hunting strategy is, in a very direct sense, optimized against exactly the kind of sensory limitations a primarily daytime adapted primate would have carried into the night. Human vision, like that of most primates, is heavily skewed toward color and detail in well-lit conditions, and correspondingly poor in low light compared to genuinely nocturnal hunters, whose eyes carry far higher concentrations of light-gathering rod cells, and, in many cases, a reflective layer behind the retina that amplifies whatever scant light is available. An early hominin standing in tall grass at dusk was not simply vulnerable to predators in a general sense. It was specifically, anatomically mismatched against the particular advantages an ambush predator carried into low light. Hyenas of this period compound the picture further. Several extinct hyena species from this era, larger and in some cases more powerfully built than their modern descendants, are understood to have been both active hunters and opportunistic scavengers, often moving and hunting in coordinated groups, often most active during the low-light hours of dusk, night, and dawn. Unlike solitary ambush cats, group hunting hyenas added a different category of threat entirely, one defined less by stealth and more by relentless pursuit, by the ability to wear down prey across distance and through cooperative coordination that a small scattered group of early hominins would have struggled badly to match. Layer onto this the presence of large crocodilians patrolling the rivers and waterholes that any savanna-dwelling primate would have needed to visit regularly for survival, and the picture that emerges is one of near-constant multi-directional risk, concentrated with particular intensity during the low-light hours of the day. Daylight offered some defense through visibility and group vigilance. Night collapsed that defense almost entirely, while leaving the predators who specialized in nighttime and twilight hunting largely unaffected. It is worth being precise here about what this evidence does and does not claim. No single piece of fossil evidence proves that predation pressure alone shaped human sleep architecture, and reputable researchers studying this question are careful to describe it as one compelling contributing hypothesis, among several, not a settled conclusion. But the convergence of evidence is difficult to dismiss entirely. A long evolutionary period during which a slow, exposed, daytime-adapted primate lived alongside multiple specialized nocturnal and crepuscular predators, several of which show direct fossil evidence of having preyed upon that very lineage, sits squarely within the kind of sustained selective pressure capable of shaping deep behavioral and physiological traits across the hundreds of thousands of generations available for it to act. Under exactly this kind of pressure, certain behavioral adaptations would have carried an obvious advantage, even if no single early hominin could have articulated why. A tendency to wake periodically through the night, rather than remaining in unbroken, deep, unresponsive sleep for 8 consecutive hours, would have meant more frequent opportunities to notice an approaching predator before it was too late. A heightened startle response to unexpected sound or movement during these light sleep windows would have meant faster reaction time when noticing mattered most. A tendency for sleep itself to cluster more lightly during the deep night hours, precisely the hours when ambush predators are most active, rather than maintaining uniform depth throughout, would have meant the body spent its most vulnerable hours in its most responsive state, rather than its least responsive one. None of these traits would need to guarantee survival to be favoured by selection. They would only need to provide a slightly better chance, repeated across an immense number of dangerous nights, generation after generation, for hundreds of thousands of years. And this increasingly is how several researchers working at the intersection of sleep physiology and evolutionary biology have come to describe the architecture of human sleep itself, not as a flawed, inefficient design that modern medicine must work to correct, but as a carefully tuned compromise built across deep time between the very real biological need for restorative rest and the equally real, equally ancient need to occasionally lift one's head from that rest and listen to the dark. The shapes that moved at dusk across that ancient grassland are long gone now, vanished into stone and sediment millions of years before the first human eye ever saw a city, a candle, or a locked door. But the body that learned to fear them, and more specifically, the body that learned to wake periodically through the night in order to listen for them, did not vanish along with them. It simply kept being built generation after generation, long after the original threat had disappeared from the landscape entirely. There is a behaviour visible across an enormous range of social mammals today, one so consistent and so widespread that evolutionary biologists no longer treat it as a curiosity, but as a predictable outcome of a particular kind of pressure. It is called, in the scientific literature, the sentinel behaviour, or sometimes the watchman hypothesis, and it describes something almost every social mammal living under sustained predation risk eventually arrives at, independently, across entirely different evolutionary lineages, as though the solution were simply waiting to be discovered by any species that needed it. Meerkats offer perhaps the clearest, most visible modern example. Living in tight social groups across the arid landscapes of southern Africa, meerkats rotate sentinel duty among group members, with one or more individuals pausing their foraging at any given moment to stand upright, scanning the horizon for the specific silhouette of an approaching hawk or jackal, while the rest of the group continues feeding with a measurable, observable reduction in their own individual vigilance. Researchers studying this behaviour have found that meerkats on sentinel duty are not simply standing guard passively. They are actively, continuously scanning, rotating their attention across the horizon in patterns that researchers have been able to map and predict, and they change shifts regularly enough that no single individual bears the full cost of lost foraging time for too long. What makes this behaviour particularly relevant to the story of human sleep is not simply that it exists, but how widely it has independently evolved. Baboon troops display comparable patterns, with certain individuals, often positioned at the edges of a sleeping group, showing measurably lighter and more easily interrupted sleep than individuals sleeping nearer the centre. Many bird species, including ducks resting in open water, have been observed sleeping with one half of the brain remaining in a lighter state of vigilance, while the other half descends into deeper rest, a phenomenon researchers call unihemispheric sleep, with the open eye on the vigilant side of the brain oriented consistently toward the direction from which threats are statistically most likely to approach. Even within highly social primate groups more closely related to humans, researchers have documented similar patterns, individuals sleeping at the periphery of a group exhibiting more frequent, briefer awakenings through the night, compared to individuals sleeping further inside the protective circle of the group. The underlying logic connecting all of these examples is strikingly simple, and it is worth stating plainly because it reframes the entire question of why a human body might wake near 3 in the morning for no apparent reason. In any social group living under predation pressure, perfectly synchronized, perfectly deep sleep across every individual simultaneously is, from a survival standpoint, catastrophic. A group in which every member sleeps with equal depth at the same time is a group with no one watching the dark at all, for hours at a stretch, precisely during the hours when watching matters most. Evolution, across an extraordinary range of unrelated species facing this same basic problem, appears to have arrived at a remarkably consistent solution. Stagger the depth of sleep. Build variability into when and how deeply different individuals within a group rest, so that across any given night, statistically, someone is always close enough to the surface of consciousness to notice if something goes wrong. Early human ancestors, living in small, tightly bonded social groups across an open and predator-dense landscape, would have faced precisely this same evolutionary pressure, and several researchers studying the deep origins of human sleep architecture have begun to argue that the strange, light, watchful wakefulness so many people experience in the deep night may represent exactly this kind of staggered vigilance, inherited not from any single ancestor consciously deciding to keep watch, but from countless generations in which groups containing at least some individuals prone to lighter, more easily interrupted sleep during the deep night hours simply survived more consistently than groups in which everyone slept with uniform, unbroken depth straight through until dawn. There is a further layer to this hypothesis worth sitting with, because it touches something close to the emotional texture of the experience itself, the listening quality so many people describe. Sentinel behavior across social mammals is not experienced, as far as researchers can determine through behavioral observation, as fear in any acute or distressing sense. A meerkat on watch does not appear panicked. It appears alert, calm, purposeful, engaged in a task it is, in some basic behavioral sense, suited to and capable of performing without excessive distress. This may map closely onto what so many people report experiencing during their own unexplained nighttime wakefulness, a state that is watchful rather than frightened, alert rather than anxious, calm in a way that ordinary insomnia driven by stress or worry rarely manages to be. If this waking truly is an inherited sentinel response, then its emotional tone makes a kind of evolutionary sense. The body is not sounding an alarm. It is simply, briefly, taking its turn on watch. It is worth being careful here, as researchers themselves are careful, about the limits of this comparison. Modern humans, sleeping alone or in small family units behind locked doors, are not living under the same predation pressure that shaped this behavior across deep evolutionary time, and conscious awareness of that fact is part of why most people who experience this kind of waking are able to simply notice it, perhaps shift position, and drift back into sleep within a few minutes, rather than remaining genuinely alert for hours. The ancient circuitry appears to still be present and still occasionally active, but the modern context surrounding it has changed almost entirely, and for most people, that change is enough to let the old instinct settle quickly once it has, briefly, had its say. But the underlying architecture, the periodic lightening of sleep through the deep night hours, the heightened readiness to notice and respond to small sounds or shifts during these windows, the calm, watchful rather than panicked quality of the experience when it does occur, maps with unusual precision onto exactly what evolutionary theory would predict from a sentinel-style adaptation carried forward across an enormous span of dangerous, predator-filled nights. Your body, in this hour, may simply be doing what bodies like yours have done for an almost unimaginable number of nights before this one, taking its turn. Listening briefly for shapes that, on this particular night, in this particular room, behind this particular locked door, are no longer there. Somewhere between 1 and 2 million years ago, give or take a margin of uncertainty that researchers continue to narrow as new evidence emerges, something happened that would eventually slowly begin to reshape the relationship between early humans and the dark. Fire, which had always existed in the natural world as something wild and uncontrolled, sparked by lightning or volcanic activity, and feared as much as anything else on the landscape, began to be tended, carried, and eventually created deliberately by hominin hands. The earliest solid evidence for this controlled use comes from a handful of remarkable cave sites, among them Wonderwerk Cave in South Africa, where layers of burned bone and ash, carefully analysed and dated, suggest controlled fire use stretching back roughly 1 million years, an extraordinary length of time before anything resembling a modern household hearth. The arrival of controlled fire didn't happen overnight, and its effects on early human life and sleep didn't happen overnight either. For an enormous stretch of time, fire was likely rare, difficult to maintain, and limited to particular sites and particular groups, rather than a universal feature of every early human campsite. But where it existed, and especially once the ability to reliably create new fire, rather than simply maintain captured fire, developed, somewhere in a window researchers still debate but increasingly place, before 400,000 years ago, the nighttime experience of early humans began to change in a way that mattered enormously for the story of sleep. Firelight does several things simultaneously that matter to a creature living under predation pressure. It illuminates a circle of ground immediately around a sleeping group, extending the range at which an approaching predator might be noticed before it draws close enough to strike. It deters many predators directly, a response observed consistently in modern fire-avoidant behaviour among large cats and other carnivores, whose instinctive wariness around open flame appears to be deeply rooted rather than learned individually, and it provides warmth, allowing groups to occupy more open, exposed sleeping sites than they might otherwise have tolerated, sites with better visibility and easier escape routes than the cramped safety of a defensible cave interior. Archaeological evidence from later Paleolithic sites increasingly shows hearths positioned at the centre of identifiable sleeping and living areas, with debris patterns suggesting that early humans arranged themselves around the fire in deliberate repeated configurations, generation after generation, site after site. This is not a small detail. It suggests that fire did not simply provide light and warmth in a passive sense. It restructured the entire social geography of a night's rest, creating, for perhaps the first time in the hominin lineage's long history, a genuinely defensible perimeter that a sleeping group could occupy together, with the fire itself functioning as a kind of shared sentinel, a non-human watchman requiring only tending rather than wakefulness. And this is precisely where things become interesting for the story of 3 in the morning, because fire, however effective, is not maintenance-free. An untended fire burns down. Coals need to be fed, wood needs to be added, embers need to be protected from wind and rain, and a fire allowed to die completely in the deep hours of the night returns a sleeping group to exactly the kind of exposed vulnerability that fire had been keeping at bay. Anthropological observation of contemporary and historically documented small-scale societies that rely on open fire for nighttime protection, including detailed studies of groups such as the Hadza of Tanzania and various San communities across southern Africa, has repeatedly documented a consistent pattern, periodic waking through the night specifically to tend the fire, with this waking distributed, much like sentinel duty among meerkats, across different members of a sleeping group rather than falling consistently on any single individual. This detail matters enormously because it offers a second, complementary explanation for why a built-in period of light, periodic nighttime wakefulness, would have been so strongly favoured across the long stretch of human evolutionary history during which fire became central to survival. It is not only that lighter sleep allowed early humans to notice approaching predators directly, it is also that lighter, periodically interrupted sleep allowed the fire itself, the primary technology protecting the entire group, to be maintained through the night without requiring any single person to remain continuously, exhaustingly awake. A pattern of waking every few hours, briefly assessing the fire and the surrounding dark, adding fuel if needed, and returning to sleep would have served both functions simultaneously, predator vigilance and fire maintenance, with remarkable efficiency, and would have done so in a way that distributed the cost fairly evenly across a sleeping group night after night. It is worth imagining this scene carefully, because it is, in a very real sense, the direct ancestor of the experience you may be having tonight. A small group sleeping in a loose circle around glowing coals, the dark pressing close beyond the firelight's reach, certain individuals stirring periodically through the night. Not in alarm, but in a kind of practiced, almost ritual half-waking, eyes opening briefly to check the fire, to glance toward the dark tree line, to listen for a moment before settling back down into sleep. Repeated across hundreds of thousands of nights, across hundreds of thousands of generations, this pattern would not need to be consciously taught to be inherited. It would simply become, through the relentless and patient logic of natural selection, part of how a human body sleeps. There is a final layer to this part of the story worth holding on to gently before moving forward, because it touches on something almost tender beneath the practical biology. The fires our ancestors tended through these deep watchful hours were not simply tools. Across nearly every well-documented small-scale society anthropologists have studied, fire functioned as a profoundly social space, a place where stories were told, where children were soothed back to sleep, where the boundary between the dangerous dark and the safe circle of light was made visible and tangible in a way that nothing else in that ancient world could quite manage. The periodic waking required to tend that fire was not, in this light, purely a burden inherited alongside the vigilance it served. It was woven into something communal, something shared, a quiet, repeated act of care performed by one sleeping body on behalf of every other sleeping body nearby. Perhaps this too is part of what still echoes faintly in that strange calm clarity so many people feel in the deep hours of the night. Not only an old fear, but an old form of care inherited alongside it, the two impossible to fully separate from one another after so many hundreds of thousands of years spent intertwined around the same small flickering fire. To understand why this ancient pattern still surfaces so reliably in a modern, locked, electrically lit bedroom, it helps to look more closely at the actual machinery involved, the specific structures in the brain that govern the transition between deep rest and wakeful alertness. This is not, despite how it might feel in the moment, a simple binary switch flipping between asleep and awake. It is a layered, almost orchestral system, involving multiple brain regions communicating in patterns that researchers have only begun to map with real precision over the last few decades, aided by advances in functional imaging that allow scientists to observe, in something close to real time, which parts of a sleeping brain light up and quiet down across the changing stages of a single night. At the center of this system sits the suprachiasmatic nucleus, a tiny cluster of neurons located just above where the optic nerves cross, deep within the hypothalamus. This structure functions as the body's master circadian clock, and it is, in an evolutionary sense, extraordinarily old, with versions of similar light-sensing, rhythm-generating structures appearing across an enormous range of species, far removed from humans on the evolutionary tree. The suprachiasmatic nucleus does not directly cause wakefulness or sleep on its own. Instead, it functions more like a conductor, sending timing signals outward to other systems, including the hormonal rhythms governing cortisol and melatonin discussed earlier, and including, crucially, the brainstem structures that more directly govern the depth and stage of sleep itself. One of the most important of these structures is the locus coeruleus, mentioned briefly before but worth examining more closely now, because its behavior across the night offers one of the clearest physiological windows into why a particular hour might carry heightened readiness. This small brainstem nucleus is the brain's primary source of norepinephrine, a chemical messenger closely related to adrenaline, responsible across the waking day for maintaining alertness, sharpening attention, and priming the body for rapid response to unexpected stimuli. During deep, slow-wave sleep, locus coeruleus activity drops to its lowest levels of the entire sleep cycle, which is part of why deep sleep is so difficult to interrupt, and why a person woken from it often feels groggy and disoriented rather than alert. During REM sleep, and during the lighter stages of sleep that surround it, locus coeruleus activity rises again, not to full waking levels, but to an intermediate state that several researchers have described as primed, a kind of physiological readiness sitting just beneath the surface of conscious wakefulness. Because the proportion of REM and light sleep increases substantially during the later cycles of the night, the deep, dark hours before dawn carry, almost as an architectural inevitability, a higher concentration of these primed intermediate states than the earlier hours of the night do. This is not a coincidence layered on top of the cortisol and melatonin crossover discussed earlier. It is the same underlying pattern, expressed across a different system, reinforcing the same basic conclusion from a different angle. The deep night hours are, by the fundamental structure of how human sleep is built, the hours during which the brain sits closest to the surface of wakefulness, most easily and most frequently. The amygdala adds a further layer of texture to this picture, and its behaviour during sleep is, even now, an area of active and somewhat unsettled research. Functional imaging studies conducted during REM sleep have found amygdala activity that, in certain respects, exceeds even its activity during ordinary relaxed wakefulness, a finding that surprised many researchers when it first emerged, given that REM sleep is, by every behavioural measure, a deeply restful state. One interpretation, increasingly favoured among researchers studying the evolutionary function of sleep, suggests that this heightened amygdala activity during REM may reflect an ongoing background process of threat assessment, a kind of low-level scanning carried out even during dreaming, processing recent experience and rehearsing potential responses to danger, without requiring the sleeper to be consciously, behaviourally awake. If this interpretation holds, and researchers are careful to note that it remains one hypothesis among several rather than settled fact, it suggests something quietly remarkable. The brain, even in its most restful and seemingly vulnerable states, may never be entirely off duty. A kind of background vigilance, distinct from full waking alertness, but distinct also from true unconsciousness, may run continuously beneath the surface of sleep, occasionally surfacing into full wakefulness when conditions warrant it, whether those conditions are an actual external sound, a fluctuation in body temperature, or simply the natural cyclical lightening of sleep that occurs more frequently during the deep night hours regardless of any external trigger at all. Body temperature plays its own quiet role in this orchestration. Core body temperature follows its own daily rhythm, dropping gradually through the evening, reaching its lowest point somewhere in the deep hours before dawn, often close to the same window during which the strange, clear wakefulness this story is exploring tends to occur, before beginning to climb again in preparation for the metabolic demands of a new day. This temperature minimum is not incidental. Sleep researchers have found that the transition through this temperature nadir often coincides with measurable shifts in sleep stage distribution, additional lightening, additional brief arousals, layered on top of the patterns already described. Taken together, these systems, the circadian master clock, the rising and falling tide of cortisol and melatonin, the cyclical priming of the locus coeruleus, the unsettled but provocative behaviour of the amygdala during REM, the temperature minimum occurring in the same narrow window, do not point toward a single isolated cause for the deep night wakefulness so many people experience. They point toward something more interesting than a single cause. They point toward a convergence, multiple independent biological systems, each shaped across an enormous span of evolutionary time, each arriving, largely independently, at the same conclusion about which hours of the night deserve the lightest sleep and the readiest possible return to wakefulness. It is worth sitting for a moment with how strange and how elegant this convergence actually is. No single gene, no single brain structure decided on its own that 3 a.m. deserved special treatment. Instead, across millions of years of selection pressure, system after system, largely independently, arrived at compatible solutions, each reinforcing the same underlying pattern from a different biological angle, until the result was a deeply, redundantly built tendency toward lighter, more easily interrupted sleep during precisely the hours when ancestral predation risk was, by every line of evidence available, at its highest. Redundancy of this kind, multiple independent systems converging on the same outcome, is, in evolutionary biology, often a marker of just how strongly a particular trait was favoured across deep time. Traits that matter enormously for survival tend not to rely on a single fragile mechanism. They tend to be built into the body several times over, through several different pathways, so that even if one system fails or weakens, the underlying behavior remains protected by the others. This may be part of why this particular pattern of nighttime wakefulness has proven so persistent across the astonishing transformations that human life has undergone since those ancient grasslands. Locked doors, electric lighting, climate-controlled bedrooms, urban environments containing no large predators at all, none of these modern conditions have been around for anywhere close to long enough, in evolutionary terms, to meaningfully unbuild a system this deeply, redundantly constructed. A few thousand years of relative safety, remarkable as that safety is by any historical standard, is the barest sliver of time compared to the hundreds of thousands of years across which this architecture was assembled system by overlapping system, inside the deep night hours of a body still in its oldest and most patient parts, prepared to listen for shapes that, on most nights now, will never come. For a long stretch of the 20th century, the dominant medical assumption held that healthy human sleep was supposed to unfold as a single, continuous, unbroken block, typically somewhere between 7 and 9 hours, with any waking in the middle of that block treated as a deviation from the norm, something to be corrected through improved sleep hygiene or, in more persistent cases, medication. This assumption shaped clinical practice for decades, and it still shapes a great deal of popular advice about sleep today. But a quieter, more patient line of historical research, conducted largely by the historian Roger Eckers over several decades of careful archival work, eventually uncovered something that complicated this assumption rather significantly, and the discovery, once it emerged, turned out to connect with startling directness to the deep evolutionary story this script has been telling all night. Combing through an extraordinary range of historical documents, court records, diaries, medical texts, and literary works, spanning from antiquity through the early industrial period, Eckert found repeated, casual, unremarkable references to something he eventually termed segmented sleep, or more specifically, a pattern of first sleep and second sleep, separated by a waking interval, typically lasting somewhere between 1 and 2 hours, occurring deep in the night, generally a few hours after midnight. What struck Eckert most was not simply that these references existed, but how thoroughly unremarkable they were treated within the text themselves. People were not writing about this waking period as a disorder, a complaint, or even a particularly notable event. They wrote about it the way a modern person might write about brushing their teeth, as an ordinary expected feature of how a night was supposed to unfold. The references span an impressive range of historical and cultural contexts. English court depositions from the 16th and 17th centuries describe witnesses placing the timing of certain events according to whether they occurred before first sleep or after, using the boundary between these two sleep periods as a kind of informal nighttime clock, the way a modern person might reference before or after dinner. French and Italian medical texts from the same general period offered specific advice about which activities were best suited to the waking interval, between first and second sleep, with several physicians recommending it as a particularly good time for quiet reflection, prayer, or even, in a detail that has drawn particular attention from later researchers, conception, on the theory that the body, having rested through its first sleep, was in an improved state for the activity during this middle waking period. This waking interval, in the documents Eckert uncovered, was not generally described as anxious or restless. It was described again and again across very different sources in remarkably calm and purposeful terms. People used it to tend household fires, much as the earlier discussion of ancestral fire maintenance suggested. They used it for quiet prayer or meditation. They used it to talk softly with a sleeping partner who had also woken, the kind of intimate, unhurried conversation that daytime obligations rarely permitted. Some simply lay quietly in the dark, neither fully asleep nor meaningfully troubled by their wakefulness, before drifting back down into second sleep and waking again, naturally, sometime near dawn. What makes this historical evidence so valuable to the deeper story being told tonight is the timing involved. The segmented sleep pattern Eckert documented appears to have remained the dominant expected pattern across much of pre-industrial Europe, right up until the widespread adoption of artificial lighting, first through the spread of affordable candles and oil lamps, and then far more dramatically through the introduction of gas lighting and eventually electric lighting in the 1800s. As artificial light became cheaper, more reliable, and more widely available, allowing people to extend their evening activities later and later into what had previously been the deep, dark hours of early sleep. The historical references to first sleep and second sleep grow steadily less common, until by the early 20th century, they have largely disappeared from common usage entirely, replaced by the now familiar expectation of a single continuous block of nighttime rest. This is a remarkably fast cultural shift, occurring across roughly a century or two, compared to the hundreds of thousands of years across which the underlying sleep architecture itself was assembled. And this speed mismatch matters enormously for understanding why so many people today experience unexplained deep night wakefulness as a problem, a symptom, something wrong with them personally, rather than as a continuation of a pattern that, for nearly the entirety of human history before quite recently, was simply considered normal. The biological architecture supporting a tendency toward lighter, periodically interrupted sleep during the deep night hours did not disappear when artificial lighting allowed people to compress their nights into a single continuous block. It simply stopped being given room to express itself in the way it once had, and the cultural memory of segmented sleep as an ordinary, expected, unremarkable feature of a night faded along with the practice itself, leaving modern people to encounter their own deep night waking as something mysterious, isolating and faintly worrying, rather than recognizing it as something nearly every human being who ever lived before the widespread adoption of artificial light would have recognized immediately and without alarm. Later researchers, building on Okertsch's historical work, have attempted to test the underlying biological reality of segmented sleep under controlled conditions, with results that lend further weight to the broader picture. In a notable study, the psychiatrist Thomas Wehr placed a group of volunteers under conditions of extended winter-length darkness, roughly 14 hours of darkness each night rather than the 8 or so hours typical of an artificially lit modern household, with no other change to their daily routine. Within a matter of weeks, without being told what pattern to expect, the volunteers in this study spontaneously settled into a segmented sleep pattern strikingly similar to the one Okertsch had found described across centuries of historical documents: an initial period of sleep, a waking interval of an hour or more spent in a calm, quiet, meditative wakefulness, and then a second period of sleep before a natural waking near dawn. This experimental result matters enormously, because it suggests that segmented sleep is not simply a cultural habit that pre-industrial societies happen to adopt and that modern societies happen to abandon. It appears to be closer to a default biological pattern, one that modern artificial lighting and compressed sleep schedules actively suppress, but that reasserts itself readily under conditions closer to those in which the underlying sleep architecture was originally shaped. Extended darkness, in other words, the kind of darkness that would have characterized nearly every night across the deep evolutionary history this entire story has been tracing, appears to be enough, on its own, to coax the body back toward a pattern of waking that modern life has, for the most part, simply trained it to suppress. This does not mean that everyone experiencing unexplained deep night wakefulness today is somehow doing something wrong by sleeping in a single modern block the rest of the time. Nor does it mean that the segmented pattern is necessarily superior in any practical sense for a person living a modern schedule with modern obligations. But it offers something quietly valuable to anyone who has ever opened their eyes near 3 a.m. and felt a flicker of worry about it, a sense that something must be malfunctioning. The historical record stretching back across centuries of ordinary, unremarkable human experience and the experimental evidence emerging from controlled studies of extended darkness both point toward the same gentle conclusion. This waking is not new. It is not a modern failure. It is, if anything, the oldest, most ordinary thing in the world, simply waiting patiently for the conditions under which it was built to return, if only for a few quiet minutes, in the deep hours of an otherwise unremarkable night. The deep evolutionary story this script has been tracing did not happen to humans in isolation. It happened, in various forms, to nearly every social mammal that has ever lived under sustained predation pressure, and looking closely at how other species have solved the same basic problem offers a useful, almost comforting widening of perspective, a reminder that the strange wakefulness explored tonight is not a uniquely human burden, but a recurring solution that evolution has independently discovered again and again, wherever the underlying conditions called for it. Consider first the elephant, an animal whose sleep patterns researchers have only recently managed to study in real detail, under genuinely wild conditions, thanks to advances in lightweight tracking technology, that no longer require an animal to be confined or sedated for accurate measurement. Wild African elephants, studied across extended periods in their natural environment, were found to sleep remarkably little compared to most large mammals, often averaging only around 2 hours of actual sleep across a full 24-hour period, frequently broken into multiple short bouts rather than a single continuous block, and on occasion going entirely without sleep for a full night when conditions, often involving the presence of perceived threat or significant group movement, called for sustained vigilance instead. Researchers studying this pattern have connected it directly to the elephant's social structure and predation history, with matriarchal herds bearing primary responsibility for monitoring environmental threats on behalf of more vulnerable younger members, a responsibility that appears to shape sleep architecture as directly and as measurably as it shapes daytime behavior. Dolphins and several other marine mammals offer an even more striking variation on the same underlying theme, taken to a genuinely remarkable physiological extreme. Because these animals must continue surfacing periodically to breathe even while resting, and because they remain vulnerable to predation from sharks and other marine threats throughout, they have evolved a sleep pattern in which literally one half of the brain rests at a time, while the other half remains sufficiently active to manage both breathing and basic environmental awareness, with the two hemispheres alternating responsibility across a resting period before switching roles. One eye, correspondingly, typically remains closed, while the other remains open, oriented in whichever direction is statistically most useful for monitoring the surrounding water for threats. This unihemispheric sleep pattern represents, in a sense, the most extreme possible solution to the same fundamental tension that has shaped the deep night wakefulness explored throughout this story, the competing demands of genuine restorative rest and continued environmental vigilance, pushed to a degree that human sleep architecture never needed to reach, but built from recognizably the same underlying evolutionary pressure. Many bird species display a milder version of this same hemispheric strategy. Ducks resting in open water in a line, researchers have observed, position themselves so that individuals at either end of the line keep their outward-facing eye open considerably more often than individuals positioned safely in the middle, with the open eye, again corresponding to activity in the opposite, more vigilant hemisphere of the brain. Birds at the edge of the group, in other words, take on a disproportionate share of sentinel responsibility, much as the baboon studies described earlier found among individuals sleeping at the periphery of a primate troop, and much as several anthropological studies have found among individuals occupying particular positions within human sleeping groups, an echo that runs consistently across an enormous range of otherwise very different species facing structurally similar problems. Among our closer evolutionary relatives, sleep researchers studying wild and semi-wild populations of chimpanzees and other great apes have found additional patterns worth holding alongside the human story. Chimpanzees construct nightly sleeping nests, carefully built platforms of bent and woven branches positioned, with notable consistency, in locations chosen to balance comfort against defensibility, often favouring sites that are somewhat difficult for ground-based predators to access quickly, while still remaining within reasonable proximity to other troop members. Researchers studying chimpanzee sleep architecture directly have found patterns of brief, frequent nighttime arousal, broadly similar in character, though not identical in cause, to the patterns documented in humans, suggesting that this general tendency toward periodically interrupted rather than perfectly continuous sleep may have deep roots extending back even further than the specific human evolutionary story, into a shared ancestry stretching back many millions of years before the first hominin ever stood upright on the African savanna. What emerges from this wider survey is a picture considerably larger and considerably less lonely than the experience of unexplained wakefulness might feel like in the isolated private dark of a single bedroom. Across an enormous range of species separated by tens of millions of years of independent evolution, facing entirely different specific predators in entirely different specific environments, the same basic solution keeps reappearing. Perfectly synchronized, perfectly continuous, perfectly deep sleep across an entire group for an entire night is a luxury that predation pressure rarely permits any social species to afford. Some variation, some staggering, some built-in periodic lightening of rest, distributed in different ways across different species but recognizable in its basic shape, appears again and again as evolution's preferred answer to the same underlying tension. In this light, The quiet, calm, watchful wakefulness you may have experienced tonight near 3 a.m. belongs to a far older and far wider community than it might feel like in the moment. It connects you, in a real and measurable biological sense, not only to the long line of human ancestors who once slept in loose circles around dying fires on the African savannah, but further still, to elephants standing guard through the African night on behalf of their herds, to dolphins keeping half their mind awake beneath the surface of an open ocean, to birds at the edge of a resting flock with one eye fixed steadily on the dark water beyond, to every social creature that has ever needed to balance the deep biological hunger for rest against the equally deep biological need to occasionally briefly lift its head and listen. You are not malfunctioning. You are participating, however unconsciously, in one of the oldest and most widely shared behavioral solutions in the entire history of social, vulnerable, sleeping life on this planet. There is a particular kind of evidence in modern biology that does not come from fossils or from historical archives, but from something far smaller and in its own way far more intimate, the genetic and physiological machinery still operating quietly inside every living human body today. Researchers studying the molecular basis of human stress response, threat detection, and sleep regulation have increasingly found that many of the genes and signaling pathways involved are extraordinarily old in evolutionary terms, conserved across a remarkable range of species, present in forms recognizably similar to their human counterparts in animals separated from us by tens of millions of years of independent evolution. This deep conservation matters because it offers a different kind of evidence for the same underlying story this script has been telling all night. Evidence written not into stone or ink, but into the chemistry of the body itself. The hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, the hormonal system primarily responsible for the body's stress and threat response, including the cortisol rhythm discussed earlier, is a useful example. Versions of this same basic regulatory system, with broadly similar hormonal components performing broadly similar functions, can be traced across an enormous range of vertebrate species, suggesting that the fundamental architecture of how a vertebrate body mobilizes itself in response to perceived threat was established extremely early in evolutionary history and has been conserved, with modifications ever since. The specific tuning of this system in humans, including the particular timing of the cortisol awakening response discussed earlier in this story, represents a relatively recent fine-tuning layered on top of an extremely ancient underlying foundation, much like a new melody played on an instrument that has existed in recognizable form for an almost unimaginable span of time. Researchers studying the genetics of fear and threat response specifically have found something else worth holding on to carefully tonight, evidence suggesting that certain fear responses appear to require remarkably little direct individual learning to manifest. Laboratory studies involving several species, including some conducted with human infants and young children, too young to have accumulated significant personal experience with danger, have found measurable, consistent wariness towards certain stimuli, including, intriguingly, the shape and movement pattern associated with snakes, and in some studies, the specific visual and acoustic signature associated with predator eyes glinting in low light, well before any plausible opportunity for that wariness to have been individually learned through direct experience. This research remains an active and sometimes contested area of study, and researchers are careful not to overstate how much of human fear response is genuinely innate versus rapidly and easily learned through minimal exposure. But the pattern, where it holds, suggests something worth sitting with, that certain categories of threat appear to have left a deep enough mark across evolutionary history that the wariness toward them no longer requires individual learning at all. It arrives, in some meaningful sense, already built in. This raises a careful, appropriately cautious question that several researchers studying the deep evolutionary roots of sleep have begun to ask directly, even while acknowledging how difficult it remains to answer with full scientific certainty. If certain specific fear responses can be shown to arrive already built into the nervous system, largely independent of individual experience, is it plausible that a more general pattern, a tendency toward periodic nighttime vigilance, toward lighter sleep during particular hours, toward a calm, listening alertness rather than deep unconsciousness during the deep night, could similarly have become embedded into the basic architecture of human sleep across the hundreds of thousands of generations during which sustained nocturnal predation pressure shaped the lineage? The honest answer, offered by careful researchers working in this space, is that this remains a compelling and well-supported hypothesis rather than a fully proven fact. But it is a hypothesis that fits unusually well with the converging lines of evidence this story has walked through tonight: the fossil record of nocturnal predation, the consistent sentinel behavior documented across social mammals, the historical record of segmented sleep, and the redundant, overlapping physiological systems that all seem to point the same deep night hours toward lighter, more easily interrupted rest. There is one more thread worth gently pulling on here, because it touches something close to the felt experience of this hour rather than only its mechanism. Researchers studying what people actually report feeling during unexplained deep night wakefulness have found a recurring emotional texture across many different individuals and cultural backgrounds: a sense of being, however briefly and however irrationally observed, or alternatively of being the observer, scanning a dark room for something that is never quite identifiable, never quite locatable, and yet somehow present in the texture of the wakefulness itself. This experience, while it can occasionally tip into genuine anxiety for some individuals, particularly those already prone to general anxiety, is reported by many others as something closer to a neutral or even mildly pleasant alertness, a clean, quiet clarity unlike the muddled grogginess of ordinary tiredness. Several researchers studying this phenomenon have suggested that this particular emotional texture, calm rather than panicked, watchful rather than fearful, may itself be meaningful evidence, a kind of fossil emotion preserved not in stone but in the felt quality of an experience repeated across an almost unimaginable number of nights, gradually smoothed by selection into something the body can perform calmly and efficiently, rather than something that disrupts rest more than it needs to. What the body still remembers, in other words, may not be a specific predator, a specific danger, or a specific ancestral night. The conscious mind, waking near 3 a.m. in a quiet, locked, electrically lit bedroom, has no specific memory to draw on, because this is not memory in the ordinary sense at all. It is something deeper and, in its own way, more remarkable than memory, a pattern built directly into the structure and chemistry of the body itself, inherited not through story or teaching, but through the slow, patient, generational logic of survival and reproduction, repeated across a span of time so long that it is genuinely difficult for a single human mind, accustomed to thinking in years and decades, to hold the full scale of it in proper perspective. Your body is not remembering a particular night. It is, in a much deeper sense, continuing to be the kind of body that survived enough particular nights, scattered across hundreds of thousands of years, to eventually produce you. It would be tidy, and in some ways satisfying, to end this story here, with a single clean explanation gathered neatly from fossil bone, hormone curves, historical diaries, and comparative animal behavior, all converging perfectly on one settled, fully proven account of why the human body still wakes near 3 a.m. But careful science rarely offers that kind of tidiness, and the researchers who study this question most closely are, almost without exception, the first to say so plainly. What exists today is not a single proven mechanism but a convergence of independently compelling evidence, strong enough to take seriously, consistent enough across multiple unrelated fields to feel meaningfully more than coincidence, and yet not even now fully and conclusively closed. Several genuine open questions remain, and it is worth naming them honestly, because the honesty itself is part of what makes this story worth telling rather than simply assuming. Researchers do not yet have a complete mechanistic account of precisely how ancestral predation pressure, acting across hundreds of thousands of years, became encoded into the specific genetic and neurological architecture observed in modern humans. The connection is strongly supported by indirect evidence, by pattern, by convergence across multiple independent lines of inquiry, but the precise molecular pathway linking ancient selective pressure to modern sleep architecture has not been, and may never be, traced with the same precision researchers can bring to, for example, the genetics of eye colour or blood type. Sleep as a behaviour is influenced by an enormous number of interacting factors, genetic, hormonal, environmental, psychological and cultural, and disentangling exactly how much of any single individual's deep night wakefulness on any given night reflects ancient evolutionary inheritance versus more immediate ordinary causes, a slightly too warm room, a half-remembered worry, a full bladder, remains in practice almost impossible to determine with certainty for any single specific instance. There is also a genuine and ongoing scientific debate about how much weight to give the predation hypothesis specifically, compared to several other contributing explanations researchers have proposed alongside it. Some researchers emphasize the fire-tending hypothesis discussed earlier as potentially equal in importance to direct predator vigilance, suggesting that the practical demands of maintaining a nighttime fire may have shaped sleep architecture as strongly as fear of predators did, with the two pressures likely reinforcing each other rather than operating entirely independently. Others have proposed that segmented sleep may relate partly to ancestral patterns of bipedal thermoregulation, the specific way an upright walking, relatively hairless primate manages body heat through the night, a factor distinct from but potentially layered alongside predation pressure. Still others point to the social and reproductive functions documented in the historical record, the quiet conversation, the prayer, the intimacy that historical sources describe filling the waking interval between first and second sleep, suggesting that whatever biological pressure originally created room for this period of wakefulness, human culture and social life quickly found additional, non-defensive uses for it, uses that may have reinforced and stabilized the pattern across subsequent generations through their own separate selective advantages. What researchers working across these different hypotheses generally agree on, even where they disagree about relative emphasis, is that no single explanation likely accounts for the full picture on its own. The honest, careful, scientific position, the one most consistent with how this kind of deep evolutionary question is typically resolved when it is resolved at all, is that ancestral predation pressure, fire maintenance, thermoregulation, and social or reproductive function likely all contributed layered across deep time to the architecture of human sleep observed today, with no single thread fully separable from the others after so many hundreds of thousands of years woven together. There is also the matter of individual variation, which researchers studying this question are careful never to lose sight of. Not everyone experiences unexplained deep night wakefulness with the same frequency, the same quality, or the same emotional texture. Some people sleep through the entire night with genuine consistency, and rarely, if ever, experience this particular kind of waking. Others experience it nightly, or close to it. This variation itself remains an area of active study, with researchers investigating genetic differences, differences in stress hormone regulation, differences in sleep environment, and differences in cultural and historical exposure to artificial lighting as possible contributing factors, without as yet a fully settled account of why the experience varies so considerably from one person to the next. And there is, finally, a deeper philosophical layer to this open question that several researchers studying the evolutionary psychology of sleep have touched on directly, even if it sits somewhat outside the strict boundaries of what controlled experiments can fully resolve. It is one thing to demonstrate convergent evidence across fossil record, comparative animal behavior, historical documentation, and modern physiology, all pointing toward predation pressure and ancestral vigilance as a plausible, well-supported contributing explanation for deep night wakefulness. It is another thing entirely to prove, with the kind of certainty a laboratory experiment can sometimes provide for simpler, more isolated biological questions, that this specific explanation, rather than some other still undiscovered factor, fully accounts for the experience as it exists today. Deep evolutionary history does not leave behind clean, simple, single-cause answers very often. It leaves behind exactly the kind of layered, overlapping, partially reconstructed picture this story has walked through tonight, compelling, consistent, genuinely illuminating, and still, honestly, not entirely and finally closed. Perhaps this is, in its own way, the most fitting place for the story to sit for now, not in false certainty, but in honest, patient curiosity, the same quality of attention that allowed researchers across paleontology, sleep physiology, anthropology, and genetics to notice this pattern in the first place, and to keep gently, carefully working toward understanding it more fully, one study at a time, much the way your own ancestors once kept gently, carefully tending a small fire through the deep hours of an uncertain night, not because they fully understood every danger waiting beyond the firelight, but because the tending itself, patient and ongoing, was enough to see them safely through until morning. You are deep into this story now, well past the point where most nights would have settled you. If your eyes are heavy, let them stay closed, and let the rest of this simply arrive as sound rather than something to follow closely. And if stories like this one help you drift, the easiest way to make sure another is waiting for you is to subscribe now, quietly, without needing to do anything else at all. It is worth pausing here to ask a question that may have been sitting quietly underneath this entire story so far. If the ancestral predators that shaped this pattern of nighttime vigilance vanished from the landscape an extraordinarily long time ago, long before agriculture, long before cities, long before anything resembling the modern world existed, even in the most distant imagination of the people living through those changes, why has the instinct itself not simply faded away? Why does a body sleeping behind a locked door, inside a climate-controlled room, in a neighbourhood with no large predators within thousands of miles, still occasionally wake near 3 a.m. with that same old, calm, listening alertness? The answer lies partly in understanding how evolutionary traits actually fade, or more precisely, how slowly and reluctantly they tend to fade once they have become deeply, redundantly embedded across multiple overlapping biological systems, the way this particular pattern has been shown to be across hormonal rhythm, brainstem activity, amygdala behavior, and temperature regulation alike. Evolutionary biologists describe this kind of persistence using a useful, slightly humbling concept, the idea of evolutionary mismatch, the recognition that the environment a species currently inhabits can change far more quickly than the biological traits that species carries forward from the environment in which those traits were originally shaped. Human evolutionary history offers no shortage of other examples of exactly this kind of mismatch, and looking at a few of them helps put the persistence of nighttime vigilance into useful, less mysterious perspective. The human craving for sugar and fat, for instance, almost certainly evolved across a long stretch of ancestral history during which calorie-dense food was scarce, unpredictable, and worth seeking out aggressively whenever it became available, a craving that made excellent evolutionary sense in an environment of genuine scarcity, and that has become, in the radically different environment of modern food abundance, a significant and widely studied public health challenge rather than a survival advantage. The human startle response to sudden loud noises similarly almost certainly evolved as a rapid, life-preserving reaction to genuine ancestral threats, a reaction that persists today, even though the sudden loud noise in question is far more likely to be a slammed car door or a dropped pan than an actual predator. In neither case has the underlying biological trait disappeared simply because the original selective pressure that shaped it has largely vanished from modern life. The trait persists quietly, doing exactly what it was built to do, regardless of whether the modern context still calls for it. Nighttime vigilance fits comfortably within this same, broader pattern, and several researchers studying evolutionary mismatch specifically in the context of sleep have made this comparison directly. The hundreds of thousands of years across which ancestral predation pressure shaped human sleep architecture vastly outnumber the comparatively recent centuries, really only the last handful of generations in evolutionary terms, during which artificial lighting, secure housing, and the near-total absence of large nocturnal predators have characterized daily life for a meaningful proportion of the human population. Evolutionary change, particularly change that requires unbuilding a deeply, redundantly embedded trait rather than simply building a new one on top of existing architecture, typically requires many thousands of generations to meaningfully reshape a species. A few hundred years of relative safety, remarkable and welcome as that safety genuinely is nowhere near sufficient time for this kind of unbuilding to occur, even under conditions of strong selective pressure favouring deeper, more continuous sleep. Conditions that, in any case, do not appear to exist with particular strength in the modern world, since deep night wakefulness, while sometimes inconvenient, rarely poses any serious threat to modern survival or reproduction in the way that failing to notice an approaching predator once did. There is a further wrinkle worth considering carefully here, one that touches on how modern life may, in certain specific and somewhat counterintuitive ways, actually reinforce rather than simply fail to erase this ancient pattern. Several sleep researchers have pointed out that key features of modern life, irregular and often insufficient sleep schedules driven by work demands, frequent late-night exposure to the blue spectrum light emitted by screens, which can suppress melatonin production and disrupt the smooth hormonal transition into and through sleep, elevated background stress and cortisol levels associated with many aspects of contemporary life, can each independently increase the likelihood and frequency of deep night waking, layering modern disruption directly on top of the ancient, already present tendency toward lighter sleep during these particular hours. In this light, a significant proportion of what people experience today as unexplained 3 in the morning wakefulness may represent not a pure, unmodified ancestral signal, but an ancient tendency amplified and made more frequent by genuinely modern stressors interacting with genuinely ancient architecture, the old pattern and the new pressures reinforcing each other in ways that neither, on its own, would produce quite as reliably. This distinction matters for anyone listening to this story while lying awake right now, because it offers 2 separate, equally true threads of comfort, depending on which one happens to feel more relevant tonight. If this waking feels rare, calm and brief, simply a quiet stirring followed by an easy return to sleep, it may be doing exactly what it was built across deep evolutionary time to do, a brief, harmless echo of an ancient sentinel pattern requiring no concern at all, deserving only the same calm acceptance your distant ancestors would likely have extended to it around their own dying fires. If, on the other hand, this waking feels frequent, prolonged, or genuinely difficult to settle back from, it may be worth considering whether modern, addressable factors, light exposure before bed, irregular sleep timing, accumulated daily stress, are amplifying an ancient tendency beyond its original, brief, easily resolved shape, in which case gentle, practical adjustments to evening routine and sleep environment, the kind of advice modern sleep medicine offers with good evidence behind it, may help the ancient pattern settle back toward its older, briefer, gentler form. Either way, the underlying instinct itself, the tendency for human sleep to lighten predictably during these particular deep night hours, is not, by the converging evidence this story has walked through, a flaw waiting to be corrected so much as a genuinely ancient feature, inherited across an almost unimaginable span of time, expressing itself for better or worse inside a modern bedroom built from materials and circumstances your most distant ancestors could never have imagined, but governed, still, by rhythms they would likely recognize immediately the moment the lights went out and the old familiar darkness settled back in around them. Let us return for a while to that ancient grassland, not to dwell on its dangers again, but to imagine, as fully and as gently as the available evidence allows, what an ordinary night actually felt like for the early humans whose bodies first assembled the pattern this story has been tracing. This kind of careful imaginative reconstruction, grounded in archaeological and anthropological evidence rather than invented freely, is something researchers studying ancestral human behavior engage in regularly, piecing together plausible, evidence-supported pictures of daily life from the scattered physical traces that survive across hundreds of thousands of years. Picture a small group, likely numbering somewhere between 15 and 30 individuals, roughly the group size anthropologists have reconstructed as typical for early human bands based on comparative study of modern small-scale societies and on the carrying capacity of the kinds of landscapes early humans are understood to have occupied. As daylight began to fail, this group would have begun gathering, likely near a defensible site offering some natural advantage, elevated ground, proximity to a rock overhang or cave mouth, a position near water but not too near, water sources being, as discussed earlier, particularly dangerous gathering points where predators themselves often waited. A fire where the group possessed the knowledge and materials to maintain one would have been built and tended as darkness settled fully, the flickering light drawing the group physically closer together, the children likely nearest the centre, the most vulnerable position, with adults arranged in a loose perimeter around them. Conversation, the kind of low, unhurried talk that anthropological observation of contemporary small-scale societies suggests filled a significant portion of evening hours, would have continued for some time after full dark. Stories told, plans for the following day discussed, social bonds maintained and reinforced through exactly the kind of unhurried evening talk that researchers studying contemporary hunter-gatherer societies including detailed long-term studies of the Hadza of Tanzania, have found occupies a remarkably consistent and important portion of evening time even today. As sleep began to settle over the group, individual members would have drifted off at somewhat different times. The natural variation in tiredness, temperament, and assigned watch responsibility that researchers studying contemporary small-scale societies have documented as a consistent feature of group sleep even now. Some individuals, whether through individual disposition or informal social arrangement, would have remained alert longer, settling into something closer to active watch before finally allowing themselves to sleep, while others would have drifted off more quickly, trusting the wakefulness of those around them. And then, somewhere in the deep hours, the pattern this entire story has been built around would have begun quietly asserting itself across the sleeping group, not everyone waking at once, not in alarm, but a scattered, staggered pattern of brief stirrings, an adult shifting position and opening their eyes briefly to scan the darkness beyond the firelight before settling back down, another rising quietly to add fuel to the dying coals, a third simply lying still for a few minutes in that calm, listening alertness this story has spent so long examining, before drifting back into sleep without ever fully waking the rest of the group around them. Across the full length of a single night, statistically, someone within this small group would very likely have been in exactly this lightly wakeful state at almost any given moment, an emergent distributed vigilance arising not from any single individual's continuous wakefulness, which would have been exhausting and ultimately unsustainable, but from the simple, elegant mathematics of staggered, periodically interrupted sleep spread across an entire group. This picture, pieced together from fossil evidence, comparative primate behaviour, anthropological observation of contemporary small-scale societies, and the physiological architecture this story has examined in detail, offers something worth sitting with carefully before moving forward. The deep night wakefulness you may experience tonight, alone in a locked, quiet modern bedroom, was very likely never originally experienced in true isolation at all. It was built, across hundreds of thousands of years, as one voice within a larger distributed chorus of vigilance, each brief individual waking meaningful not in isolation, but as one small contribution to a collective protection spread across an entire sleeping group. There is something worth noticing in this, even now, even alone. The waking itself may be an inherited fragment of something that was never, in its original evolutionary context, meant to be a solitary experience at all, but rather one small, patient contribution to a much larger, shared act of care, performed quietly, generation after generation, by people who could not have known, watching the dark beyond their fire, that the simple act of briefly opening their eyes and listening would still, in some faint and altered form, be happening inside the bodies of their descendants an almost unimaginable number of generations later. There is a tenderness worth allowing into this part of the story, because it is genuinely there in the evidence, not simply added for comfort. The early humans who built this pattern were not living in a state of constant terror, despite the real and significant dangers surrounding them. The anthropological and archaeological evidence taken as a whole points toward lives that, alongside genuine danger, also contained deep social bonds, shared care for children and elders, cooperative problem-solving, storytelling, and the kind of evening fireside conversation that still, in its modern echoes, feels recognisably human and recognisably warm. The vigilance this story has traced was not separate from that warmth. It was woven directly into it, one more way that a small group of vulnerable, intelligent, deeply social creatures learn to look after one another through the long, uncertain hours of the dark, a form of care so old and so deeply embedded that fragments of it are still, gently and without any real danger attached anymore, stirring quietly inside you tonight. Across nearly every culture that has left behind enough written or oral tradition to study, a curious and consistent pattern emerges, one that researchers studying folklore, comparative mythology, and the history of timekeeping have noted with genuine interest. The deep hours of the night, roughly the window this entire story has been exploring, have been singled out repeatedly, across cultures with no direct historical contact with one another, as somehow different, somehow worth naming separately from the rest of the night. In medieval and early modern Europe, this hour gathered the name still most familiar today, the witching hour, a term carrying centuries of folklore suggesting this particular window of time as one during which the ordinary boundaries of the natural world were considered, in popular belief, to thin or weaken, when supernatural activity was thought most likely, when charms and protections against malevolent influence were considered most necessary. Folklorists studying the origins of this belief have generally concluded that it almost certainly reflects, in symbolic and supernatural language, a genuine underlying behavioral reality, that this particular stretch of the night really was, for entirely practical and non-supernatural reasons related to predator activity, fire maintenance, and the natural lightening of sleep. This story has examined in detail a time of heightened genuine vulnerability and watchfulness, later wrapped in the explanatory language of spirits and witches that pre-scientific cultures had available to them. A related term, the Hour of the Wolf, carries a more directly predatory association, and researchers tracing its origins across several northern European traditions have connected it specifically to the genuine historical presence of wolves as a real, ongoing predatory threat to livestock and, on occasion, to vulnerable humans, across the long centuries before wolves were extensively hunted out of most of Western Europe. The Hour of the Wolf was understood, in the practical working folklore of farming and herding communities, as the time when wolves were most likely to be active and most likely to approach human settlements, a piece of genuinely useful, experience-based knowledge passed down through generations of people whose livelihood depended on understanding exactly this kind of predator behaviour. Beyond Europe, comparable naming patterns recur with striking independence. Several East Asian traditional timekeeping systems divided the night into watches, with the deepest, most dangerous watch consistently associated, across multiple independent traditions, with heightened spiritual vulnerability requiring particular ritual protection, a pattern researchers studying comparative folklore have found echoed, with local variation but consistent underlying structure, across cultures separated by enormous geographic distance and with minimal documented historical contact, suggesting, much as with the European witching hour, an underlying shared human behavioural and physiological reality, being independently wrapped in locally specific explanatory and protective tradition. Many traditional hunter-gatherer and pastoral societies studied by anthropologists maintain practical, non-mystical traditions of formal nighttime watchkeeping that map directly onto the sentinel behaviour this story examined earlier, with specific responsibility for monitoring the darkness during particular hours assigned, formally or informally, to particular individuals or rotating groups within a community, a direct cultural echo of the biological pattern this entire story is traced back to its evolutionary origins. What this widespread, independently arising pattern of naming and ritualizing the deep night hours suggests, taken as a whole, is that the experience this story has been exploring, the sense of this particular stretch of darkness as somehow different, somehow requiring particular alertness or protection, has been recognized and responded to by human cultures across an enormous range of times and places, almost always independently, almost always arriving at structurally similar conclusions, even when wrapped in entirely different symbolic language. This convergence offers a different, more humanistic kind of evidence alongside the fossil record, the comparative animal behaviour, and the modern physiology examined earlier in this story, evidence written not in bone or hormone but in the accumulated folk wisdom of countless human communities, each one independently noticing, naming and responding to the same underlying truth your own body may have quietly reminded you of again tonight. It is worth allowing this layer of the story to settle gently rather than treating it as merely curious trivia. Every culture that ever gave this hour a name was doing something quietly remarkable, taking a private, internal, physiological experience, the strange clarity of unexplained nighttime wakefulness, and giving it a shared communal shape, a name other people would recognize, a tradition that let an individual experiencing this hour alone in the dark understand themselves as part of something larger, something everyone around them had also felt at some point in their own version of this same ancient hour. Perhaps that too is worth carrying gently into your own experience of this night, whichever name your own particular corner of the world might once have given to this hour, the recognition that you are joining an extraordinarily long, extraordinarily wide conversation, one that has been quietly continuing in one form or another for as long as humans have slept beneath an open sky and wondered, briefly, gently, what might be listening back. There is a closely related experience worth addressing gently here, not because it is the same phenomenon as the calm, brief wakefulness this story has spent so long examining, but because the two are sometimes confused with one another, and because understanding the difference can itself bring a measure of quiet reassurance. Occasionally, in the same general window of the night this story has focused on, a person may wake to find themselves fully conscious, but temporarily unable to move, sometimes accompanied by a vivid, often unsettling sense of presence in the room. This experience, known to sleep researchers as sleep paralysis, is a distinct and well-studied phenomenon, and it is worth understanding clearly because clear understanding tends to make it considerably less frightening when and if it occurs. And most people, it is worth saying plainly, never experience it at all, or experience it only rarely across an entire lifetime. Sleep paralysis occurs because of a slight misalignment in the otherwise smooth transition between REM sleep and full waking. During ordinary REM sleep, the body enters a state researchers call REM atonia, a temporary, deliberate paralysis of the major skeletal muscles evolved. Current research strongly suggests to prevent a dreaming body from physically acting out the vivid, often physically active scenarios occurring within a dream, a sensible safeguard that protects both the sleeping individual and anyone sleeping nearby. Under normal circumstances, this temporary paralysis lifts smoothly and automatically at the same moment the brain transitions out of REM and into full wakefulness, with no conscious awareness of the transition at all. Occasionally, due to a range of factors including irregular sleep schedules, significant sleep deprivation, sleeping on one's back, or simply individual variation in how cleanly this transition occurs, the conscious, waking mind becomes active slightly before the muscular paralysis has fully lifted, producing the unmistakable, if temporary, sensation of being awake and aware, while the body itself remains, for a short period, unresponsive. The vivid, often frightening sensory experiences that frequently accompany sleep paralysis, the sense of a presence in the room, pressure on the chest, occasionally even fragmentary visual or auditory hallucination, are increasingly understood by researchers as a direct continuation of REM stage dream activity, bleeding into a partially conscious waking state, rather than as any kind of genuine external threat. The same brain regions responsible for generating dream imagery, including the amygdala discussed earlier in this story, remain active during this transitional state, and their continued activity, layered onto a mind that is otherwise consciously awake and aware of its surroundings, appears to be largely responsible for the vivid, threat-themed quality so commonly reported. Researchers studying cross-cultural reports of sleep paralysis have found remarkably consistent core features described across wildly different cultural and historical contexts, a finding that strongly supports a shared underlying neurological mechanism rather than anything culturally specific or, as folklore across many traditions once suggested, anything genuinely external or supernatural. It is worth connecting this phenomenon gently back to the broader story this script has been telling, because the connection is genuinely illuminating rather than simply coincidental. Sleep paralysis tends to occur with somewhat elevated frequency during exactly the same deep night and early morning hours this entire story is focused on, the hours during which REM sleep is most concentrated, and during which the brain, by the architecture described earlier, sits closest to the surface of full wakefulness. In this sense, sleep paralysis can be understood as a relatively rare, more dramatic variation occurring along the same underlying continuum as the calm, brief, ordinary wakefulness most people experience far more commonly during these hours, both arising from the same basic transitional territory between deep rest and full waking. The same territory this entire story has suggested was, across deep evolutionary time, deliberately kept porous and easily crossed precisely because that permeability once carried genuine survival value. If you have ever experienced sleep paralysis yourself, or if simply reading about it tonight has stirred a flicker of unease, it is worth holding on to the genuinely reassuring core of what researchers have established. The experience, however vivid and however unsettling in the moment, reflects an ordinary, well-understood and ultimately harmless quirk in the timing of an otherwise completely normal biological transition, not any kind of genuine external threat, and certainly not any kind of malfunction requiring alarm. The same calm, patient curiosity this entire story has tried to bring to the strange clarity of ordinary 3 in the morning wakefulness applies just as usefully here, an old evolutionarily inherited system doing something slightly unusual on this particular occasion, but doing it within the safe, well-mapped boundaries of normal human neurology, nothing more. For most people, most nights, the deep night hours pass without any of this drama at all, simply that familiar, gentle lightening of sleep this story has spent so long examining, a brief opening of the eyes, a moment of quiet listening, and then, usually within a few short minutes, an easy return to rest. The boundary between waking and sleeping this story has tried to suggest throughout was never meant by evolution to be a single, hard, instantaneous line. It was built deliberately and usefully as something softer, more permeable, more responsive, a long, gradual border your ancestors crossed and recrossed countless times, across countless nights, usually without incident, occasionally with the kind of vivid, startling experience sleep paralysis represents, but always, in the end, safely, eventually returning to rest. Modern genetic research has begun, carefully and incrementally, to investigate whether the tendency toward this particular kind of deep night wakefulness shows the kind of heritable pattern that would be expected if it genuinely represents a deeply embedded evolutionary trait rather than simply a product of individual habit, environment, or circumstance. This research remains in relatively early stages compared to genetic research into more extensively studied traits, but the findings that have emerged so far offer a meaningfully consistent picture, one worth examining carefully before this story moves toward its closing reflections. Twin studies, a long-established and methodologically powerful tool in behavioral genetics, compare patterns of similarity between identical twins, who share essentially all of their genetic material, against patterns of similarity between fraternal twins, who share, on average, only about half. When a trait shows substantially higher similarity between identical twins than between fraternal twins, even when both sets of twins were raised in broadly similar environments, this pattern provides meaningful evidence of genetic, rather than purely environmental influence. Several twin studies focus specifically on sleep architecture, including measures of sleep continuity, frequency of nighttime awakening, and general sleep depth, have found exactly this pattern, identical twins showing significantly higher concordance on these measures than fraternal twins, suggesting a meaningful heritable component underlying at least part of the individual variation in how lightly or deeply different people tend to sleep through the night. Researchers have also begun identifying specific genetic variants associated with differences in sleep architecture, including variants affecting the production and regulation of several of the hormonal and neurological systems discussed earlier in this story, variants in genes affecting the body's clock machinery, the broader circadian system governed in part by the suprachiasmatic nucleus discussed earlier, have been associated in several studies with measurable differences in sleep timing and continuity, including differences in how frequently and how easily an individual tends to wake during the deep night hours. Variants affecting the regulation of cortisol and other stress-related hormones have similarly been associated in several independent studies with differences in nighttime arousal frequency, adding genetic support to the hormonal mechanisms described earlier as part of the broader convergent evidence this story has assembled. What makes this genetic evidence particularly interesting in the context of the deep evolutionary story this script has been telling is the question of conservation, how old, in evolutionary terms, these particular genetic variants and the broader systems they belong to actually appear to be. Comparative genetic research across different species has found that many of the core genes involved in circadian regulation and stress response are remarkably ancient, with recognizably similar versions present across an enormous range of species, including species separated from humans by tens of millions of years of independent evolution. This deep conservation suggests that the fundamental genetic toolkit underlying the kind of nighttime vigilance this story has explored was not invented recently, specifically for humans, but represents a modification and fine-tuning of genetic machinery that has existed in some form for an extraordinarily long evolutionary span, applied across countless species facing structurally similar problems of balancing rest against ongoing environmental risk. There is a further layer worth mentioning here, one that touches on a more speculative but increasingly studied area of modern genetics, the question of epigenetics, the study of how environmental experience can influence gene expression in ways that, in certain documented cases, appear capable of being passed forward to subsequent generations without altering the underlying genetic code itself. Some researchers have begun cautiously exploring whether sustained, multi-generational environmental stress of exactly the kind ancestral predation pressure would have represented across hundreds of thousands of years could have left epigenetic marks affecting stress response and sleep architecture that persist in attenuated form even today. This remains a genuinely emerging and still actively debated area of research, and reputable scientists working in this space are careful not to overstate current findings, which remain preliminary and require considerably more replication before strong conclusions can be drawn. But it represents one more thread, alongside the twin studies and the identified genetic variants, suggesting that the pattern this story has explored tonight likely reflects something considerably deeper than simple individual habit or modern circumstance. Something written, at least in part, into the genetic and possibly even epigenetic inheritance passed quietly forward across an extraordinary number of generations. It is worth holding all of this genetic evidence with appropriate care and appropriate humility, exactly as the researchers generating it generally do. Genetics rarely determines behavior in any simple fixed sense, and the heritable component identified in these studies represents only part of the picture, interacting constantly with environment, individual experience, and the kind of modern factors discussed earlier in this story: screen exposure, irregular schedules, accumulated daily stress, all of which can meaningfully amplify or soften the underlying genetic tendency in either direction. But the existence of a meaningful heritable component at all, supported now by multiple independent twin studies and by the identification of specific, evolutionarily ancient genetic variants, adds yet another layer to the increasingly well-supported picture this story has assembled across fossil evidence, comparative animal behavior, historical documentation, neurological architecture, and now genetics itself. The instinct that may have stirred you awake tonight is not simply a story, a metaphor, or a loosely connected set of interesting coincidences. It appears to be written, in some real and measurable sense, into the actual genetic material passed down to you across an almost unimaginable chain of ancestors, each one carrying it forward, mostly without ever knowing they were doing so, until it arrived, quietly and faithfully, inside you. While the vast majority of human societies today live under conditions radically different from the ancestral grasslands this story has spent so long describing, a small number of contemporary communities continue to live in ways that researchers consider meaningfully closer, in certain important respects, to the kind of environment and social structure under which the deep night wakefulness explored tonight was originally shaped. Studying these communities carefully, with appropriate ethical care and genuine collaborative respect, has given anthropologists and sleep researchers a rare and valuable opportunity to observe sleep patterns under conditions considerably closer to ancestral than anything available in a modern industrialized sleep laboratory. The Hadza, a community of roughly 1,000 individuals living in northern Tanzania, and among the last populations in the world still practicing a substantially hunter-gatherer lifestyle, have been studied in considerable detail by researchers interested in exactly this kind of comparative sleep research. Detailed sleep monitoring conducted among Hadza adults, using lightweight, non-intrusive tracking devices that allowed researchers to gather data without disrupting ordinary daily life, found patterns that align closely with several of the threads this story has already explored. Hadza sleep showed considerable variability in timing and depth across individuals within the same sleeping group on any given night, supporting the staggered distributed sentinel pattern discussed earlier rather than perfectly synchronized group sleep. Periods of brief nighttime wakefulness occurred regularly across the studied population, generally calm rather than distressed in character, broadly consistent with the historical descriptions of segmented sleep documented by Ekertsch's archival research described earlier in this story. Perhaps most strikingly, the researchers conducting this study found remarkably little reported insomnia or sleep complaint among the Hadza population studied, despite sleep patterns that, measured against modern industrialized standards emphasizing single, continuous, unbroken nighttime rest, would likely be classified as fragmented or disrupted. This finding carries an important implication worth sitting with directly. The distress and worry so often associated with deep night wakefulness in modern, industrialized populations may relate considerably less to the wakefulness itself, which appears to be a normal, ancient, and apparently non-distressing feature of human sleep architecture under more ancestral conditions, and considerably more to the modern cultural expectation that uninterrupted single-block sleep represents the only acceptable or healthy pattern, an expectation this story has already shown, through Okert's historical research, to be a relatively recent cultural development rather than any kind of universal biological standard. Several San communities across the Kalahari region of southern Africa, similarly among the last populations maintaining substantially traditional hunter-gatherer lifestyles, have been studied with broadly similar methodology and have yielded broadly similar findings, further reinforcing the pattern observed among the Hadza rather than representing an isolated or unusual case. Researchers studying San sleep patterns specifically noted the continued cultural and practical importance of nighttime fire maintenance, directly echoing the fire-tending hypothesis discussed earlier in this story, with periodic nighttime waking explicitly connected, in interviews conducted alongside the physiological monitoring, to the ongoing practical necessity of keeping a fire burning through the deep, cold hours of the desert night. It is important in examining this evidence to avoid a particular kind of oversimplification that researchers studying contemporary hunter-gatherer societies are careful to guard against: the assumption that these communities represent some kind of frozen, unchanged window directly into deep prehistoric life. Contemporary hunter-gatherer societies have their own long, complex, continuously evolving histories, shaped by extensive contact and exchange with neighbouring agricultural and industrialised societies across many centuries, and they should never be treated as simple, static stand-ins for ancestral humans in some uncomplicated, timeless sense. But in the specific narrow domain of sleep architecture, lacking artificial electric lighting, lacking the rigid, externally imposed scheduling structures of industrialized work, and maintaining ongoing practical reliance on fire and group vigilance through the night, these communities do offer researchers a genuinely valuable, carefully interpreted window into how human sleep behaves when allowed to unfold under conditions considerably closer to those under which it was originally shaped, a window that has, again and again, returned findings strikingly consistent with the deeper evolutionary story this entire script has been carefully assembling. What these contemporary studies add, beyond simply reinforcing evidence already gathered from fossils, history, and physiology, is something quietly important about the emotional and psychological experience of this ancient pattern. They suggest, with real and carefully gathered evidence, that the deep night wakefulness this story has spent so long exploring need not be experienced as distressing, disruptive, or pathological at all. Among populations living closer to the conditions under which this pattern was originally built, it appears to be experienced, much as the historical record described earlier suggests it once was across pre-industrial Europe, as simply an ordinary, unremarkable, even useful feature of how a night unfolds, woven calmly into the practical rhythms of fire-tending quiet reflection and distributed group vigilance, rather than fought against as an unwelcome interruption to be eliminated. Perhaps in the deep hours of your own night tonight, there is something quietly worth borrowing from this, the simple, evidence-supported permission to let this old, ancient pattern unfold without alarm, the same calm acceptance that has, by every available account, characterized the way the vast majority of humans who have ever lived experienced this very same hour, across an almost unimaginable span of nights, stretching back long before anyone thought to write any of it down. For the overwhelming majority of the long span of time across which the human sleep pattern this story has explored was assembled, walls, in any form a modern person would recognize, simply did not exist. The transition away from the kind of open, firelit, group-vigilant sleeping arrangement described earlier in this story toward the enclosed, private, walled and doored sleeping spaces most people occupy today happened remarkably recently and remarkably quickly when measured against the vast evolutionary timeline this story has spent so long tracing, and understanding the shape of that transition adds a final, important layer to why the ancient pattern still surfaces the way it does. The earliest meaningful architectural enclosures appear in the archaeological record only within roughly the last 12,000 years, coinciding closely with the broader transition from nomadic hunting and gathering towards settled agricultural life, a transition researchers refer to as the Neolithic Revolution. Early settlements, sites like Çatalhöyük in modern-day Turkey, dating to roughly 9,000 years ago, reveal densely packed mud brick dwellings, entered not through ground-level doors but through openings in the roof, with families sleeping inside enclosed, defensible structures considerably more secure against direct predation than anything the open grassland camps of earlier hunter-gatherer ancestors could have offered. This architectural shift mattered enormously for the practical experience of nighttime safety, but it is worth being precise about its actual scale and pace, because the precision matters for understanding why the ancient sleep pattern this story has explored has persisted so robustly despite it. 12,000 years, while it feels like an immense span of time from the perspective of any single human life, represents a vanishingly small fraction of the roughly 2 million years across which the broader hominian lineage existed under the kind of sustained predation pressure this story has examined in detail, and an even smaller fraction when measured against the deeper primate ancestry from which sentinel-style staggered sleep, as discussed earlier regarding chimpanzee nesting behaviour, appears to descend. If the full span of relevant hominin evolutionary history were compressed into a single 24-hour day, walled architectural enclosure of any kind would not appear until somewhere in the final few minutes before midnight, and the kind of fully private, individually enclosed bedroom most modern readers of this story sleep in tonight would not appear until mere seconds before the day's end. Even after the early architectural transitions associated with settled agricultural life, genuine privacy and physical security within sleeping spaces remained, for the great majority of human history since that transition, considerably less complete than a modern bedroom provides. Historical and archaeological evidence from across a wide range of pre-industrial societies, from medieval European households to traditional dwellings across Asia, Africa and the Americas, consistently shows multiple family members and frequently multiple generations sharing a single sleeping space well into relatively recent historical periods, often with domestic animals housed nearby or even within the same structure, an arrangement that, whatever its practical motivations around warmth and limited space, also preserved something of the older, distributed group vigilance pattern this story has examined throughout, simply in a more enclosed, architecturally protected form than the open fireside camps of earlier hunter-gatherer ancestors. The truly individual, fully enclosed, privately occupied bedroom, locked from the inside, containing a single sleeper or a single couple entirely separated from any wider household group, is, considered against this longer historical backdrop, an extraordinarily recent and historically unusual arrangement, becoming widespread only within roughly the last 2 centuries across much of the industrialized world, closely tracking the same period during which Okertsch's historical research found segmented sleep references beginning to fade from common usage. This timing is worth holding on to carefully, because it suggests that the modern bedroom, however secure and comfortable it genuinely is by any objective practical measure, represents, from the perspective of the deep evolutionary architecture this story has examined, an environment considerably more novel and considerably more unlike anything the underlying sleep pattern was originally built for than most people tend to assume in ordinary daily life. This may help explain a curious detail several researchers studying contemporary sleep have noted, that deep night wakefulness, when it does occur in modern populations, is sometimes accompanied by a faint, hard-to-articulate sense of isolation or unease that goes slightly beyond what the simple, calm, sentinel-style alertness described throughout most of this story would predict on its own. If the underlying biological pattern was originally built across a vastly longer evolutionary period, during which nighttime waking occurred within a socially distributed group, surrounded by other sleeping and occasionally waking bodies, the experience of that same waking occurring instead in genuine, complete physical solitude, a relatively novel arrangement by the timeline this story has traced, may carry a subtly different emotional texture than its ancestral original would have, even though the underlying neurological mechanism producing the waking itself remains, by every line of evidence this story has examined, fundamentally the same ancient process. It is worth offering this observation gently and without overstating it, because the research here remains genuinely preliminary, and because plenty of people experience solitary deep night wakefulness with complete calm and no unease whatsoever. But for anyone who has noticed a faint thread of loneliness occasionally woven into their own experience of this hour, this layer of the story may offer a useful, evidence-grounded reframe. That thread of loneliness, where it exists, likely reflects nothing more troubling than a genuinely ancient biological pattern, encountering, for the first time in its extraordinarily long history, the genuinely novel modern circumstance of true solitary sleep. Walls and doors and locks standing where a circle of familiar sleeping bodies and a softly glowing fire once stood instead. The pattern itself has not changed. The room around it has changed more in the last handful of centuries than it changed across nearly the entire rest of the story this script has been telling all night. There is a particular kind of psychological reframing that researchers studying sleep, anxiety, and evolutionary psychology have increasingly come to recommend for people who experience unexplained deep night wakefulness, with some degree of worry or distress attached to it, and this reframing draws directly on the deep evolutionary story this script has spent so long assembling. Carefully, layer by layer, across fossil evidence, comparative biology, historical record, neuroscience, genetics, and contemporary anthropology alike. The reframing is simple to state, even though the science supporting it is considerably more elaborate, and it is this. The experience itself is not evidence that something is wrong with you. It is evidence that something extraordinarily old and extraordinarily well tested is working, briefly and harmlessly, exactly as it was built to work. This distinction matters enormously for how the experience tends to feel in the moment, because much of the distress people report around deep night wakefulness appears, according to several studies examining this specific question, to stem not from the waking itself but from a secondary layer of anxious thought added on top of it. Worry about the waking, frustration at the interruption to rest, anticipatory dread about feeling tired the next day, a kind of anxiety about anxiety that researchers studying insomnia have found can itself become the primary driver of prolonged sleeplessness, considerably more disruptive than the original brief waking would have been on its own. This pattern, sometimes called sleep effort or paradoxical insomnia in the clinical literature, describes a well-documented cycle in which the anxious effort to force oneself back to sleep, or to prevent the waking from happening at all, tends to backfire, prolonging exactly the wakefulness it is trying to eliminate. Understanding the deep evolutionary context this story has provided offers a genuinely useful tool for interrupting this anxious cycle, and several sleep researchers and clinicians working in cognitive behavioral approaches to insomnia have begun incorporating exactly this kind of evolutionary reframing into their practical guidance. Rather than treating a moment of unexplained nighttime wakefulness as evidence of a problem requiring urgent correction, a framing that tends to activate exactly the kind of anxious, effortful response that prolongs the wakefulness. This reframing invites a different relationship with the experience entirely, something closer to mild, almost affectionate recognition. There it is again, that old watchman, taking its turn just as it has for an almost unimaginable number of nights before this one, for every one of your ancestors stretching back across deep evolutionary time, none of whom needed to fight it, resist it, or feel troubled by it, because it was, for nearly the entirety of that long history, simply an unremarkable, expected feature of how a night unfolds. There is a useful practical insight embedded in this reframing as well, one supported by the historical and contemporary anthropological evidence this story has already examined. If segmented sleep was, for nearly the entire span of human history before the relatively recent and historically unusual adoption of artificial lighting, the genuinely ordinary pattern, and if contemporary hunter-gatherer populations studied today report minimal distress around broadly similar patterns of nighttime waking, then the brief period of wakefulness itself, properly understood, need not be treated as time that must be urgently filled with effortful attempts to force a return to sleep. The historical record offers a gentler alternative, the same one a Kirch found described again and again across centuries of diaries and court records, simply lying quietly in the dark, allowing the mind to wander gently, perhaps reflecting calmly on the day just past or the day ahead, without urgency, without frustration, trusting, as the underlying biology this entire story has examined strongly suggests is justified, that sleep will return on its own, naturally the way it has for nearly every human ancestor who ever experienced this exact same hour. This is not, it should be said clearly, a substitute for addressing genuine, persistent sleep difficulties that significantly affect daily functioning, which remain a legitimate medical concern worth discussing with a qualified professional, particularly when modern, addressable factors, irregular schedules, excessive evening light exposure, untreated anxiety, or other underlying conditions may be amplifying the ancient pattern beyond its original brief, gentle shape, as discussed earlier in this story. But for the considerably more common experience of occasional brief unexplained waking near the deep hours of the night, waking that resolves on its own within a few quiet minutes, once the anxious secondary layer is removed, the evolutionary perspective this story has carefully assembled offers something genuinely valuable, a reason to extend the same calm, unbothered acceptance to this hour that the vast majority of humans who have ever lived, by every available historical and anthropological account, appear to have extended to it themselves. There is finally something quietly moving worth sitting with in this reframing, something that goes slightly beyond the practical advice itself. To wake briefly near 3 a.m, calm rather than frightened, listening rather than panicked, is to participate in a small and entirely safe way in one of the oldest continuous threads connecting you to every single ancestor who survived long enough to contribute, even in some small part, to the eventual existence of you. Every one of them, across an almost unimaginable chain stretching back across deep time, experienced some version of this same hour, this same brief lifting toward wakefulness, this same quiet listening into the dark. Most of them, on most nights, found nothing waiting there at all, simply settled back down and returned to sleep, exactly as you, in all likelihood, will do again tonight. The instinct itself, however old and however rooted in genuine ancestral danger, has, across the overwhelming majority of nights across the overwhelming majority of that long history, been not a herald of disaster but a quiet, reliable, ultimately reassuring routine, the watchman checking the dark, finding it empty, and settling back once again into rest. Before this story turns toward its closing reflections, it is worth returning briefly to the honest, careful uncertainty that responsible science maintains around several threads of this story, not to undermine the considerable weight of evidence this script has assembled across many independent fields, but because genuine intellectual honesty is itself part of what makes a story like this worth trusting, and because the edges still being mapped are, in their own way, just as fascinating as the parts already understood with confidence. One genuinely open area of research concerns the precise relationship between the predation-driven vigilance hypothesis this story has emphasized and a related but distinct evolutionary framework researchers call the social brain hypothesis, which proposes that much of the distinctive cognitive and social architecture of the human brain, including potentially aspects of how sleep itself is structured, evolved primarily in response to the demands of managing increasingly complex social relationships within increasingly large hominin groups, rather than primarily in response to external predation pressure. These two frameworks are not necessarily in direct competition, and many researchers studying this question see them as complementary rather than contradictory, since complex social coordination, including the kind of distributed, staggered sentinel behavior this story has examined in detail, requires exactly the sophisticated social awareness the social brain hypothesis emphasizes. But the precise weighting between these two pressures, how much of the observed sleep architecture reflects direct predator avoidance versus the broader cognitive demands of social coordination more generally, remains a genuinely active and unresolved area of scientific debate. Researchers also continue actively investigating the precise neurological boundary between what might be called ordinary, adaptive nighttime vigilance, of the kind this story has spent most of its time describing, and clinically significant hypervigilance associated with anxiety disorders and certain trauma-related conditions, in which a similarly heightened nighttime alertness becomes genuinely distressing, persistent, and disruptive to daily functioning rather than brief and self-resolving. Understanding exactly where this boundary lies and what specific factors push an ordinarily brief evolutionarily ancient pattern into a more persistent, clinically significant form remains an important and ongoing focus of sleep and anxiety research, with real practical implications for how clinicians approach treatment, and current evidence suggests this boundary likely involves a complex interaction between genuine ancestral architecture, individual genetic variation, and significant modern environmental and psychological factors, rather than any single clean, simple dividing line. There is also continued active debate, touched on earlier in this story, about the relative contribution of several distinct but potentially overlapping ancestral pressures, direct predator vigilance, the practical demands of nighttime fire maintenance, ancestral thermoregulation patterns, and the social and reproductive functions documented in historical accounts of segmented sleep. Untangling exactly how these different pressures interacted across deep evolutionary time, which emerged first, which reinforced which, and how their relative importance may have shifted across different periods and different environments, as hominin lineages adapted to an enormous range of habitats across Africa, Europe, and Asia, remains a rich and only partially resolved area of ongoing research, with new fossil discoveries, new genetic techniques, and new comparative behavioral studies continuing to refine the picture incrementally, year by year, rather than arriving all at once in any single definitive study. Perhaps most intriguingly, researchers have only recently begun investigating whether other now extinct hominin lineages closely related to modern humans, including Neanderthals and Denisovans, whose genetic material continues to exist today as small but measurable components of many modern human genomes, may have carried broadly similar sleep architecture, shaped by broadly similar predation pressures across the considerable stretches of time during which their geographic ranges overlapped with early modern human populations. Comparative anatomical evidence, including skull and inner ear structures that relate indirectly to sensory processing relevant to nighttime alertness, offers some preliminary, carefully qualified suggestions in this direction. But direct evidence of ancient sleep behavior is, for understandable reasons related to how poorly behavior itself preserves in the fossil record compared to bone and stone tools, considerably harder to establish with confidence than the physical anatomical evidence this story has relied on for other parts of its account. This remains a genuinely open and actively developing frontier of research, one that may, in coming years, add an entirely new layer of comparative evidence to the story this script has told tonight, or may just as plausibly complicate and revise parts of the current understanding in ways researchers cannot yet fully anticipate. This honest accounting of what remains uncertain is not, properly understood, a weakness in the story this script has told tonight. It is, in its own quiet way, part of what makes the story worth telling carefully, rather than simply assuming. Every layer of evidence this script has walked through, the fossil record of nocturnal predation, the consistent sentinel behavior documented across social mammals, the historical record of segmented sleep, the converging hormonal and neurological architecture, the heritable genetic component, the calm, undisturbed sleep patterns documented among contemporary hunter-gatherer populations, points in the same broad, compelling direction, even while the precise mechanisms connecting each piece to the next continue to be refined, debated, and occasionally revised by careful researchers working patiently across many different fields. This is, in the end, simply how good science about deep, complicated questions tends to look. Not a single tidy answer arriving all at once, but a slow, careful, collaborative convergence toward understanding, built one study at a time, much the way the instinct itself was built, not in a single moment but slowly, patiently, across an almost unimaginable number of careful accumulating nights. Among the senses, hearing carries a particular significance for understanding the deep night wakefulness this story has spent so long examining, because hearing, unlike vision, does not switch off during sleep in anything close to the way sight does. The eyes closed in sleep are effectively blind to the surrounding environment. The ears, by contrast, remain functionally active throughout most stages of sleep, continuing to process incoming sound and, crucially, continuing to evaluate that sound for potential significance, even while the rest of conscious awareness remains largely offline. This asymmetry between the senses turns out to matter enormously for understanding exactly how the ancient sentinel pattern this story has traced actually operates moment to moment in the quiet architecture of an ordinary sleeping brain. Researchers studying auditory processing during sleep have found that the sleeping brain does not treat all sounds equally, even while the conscious mind remains entirely unaware that any evaluation is taking place at all. Studies using careful, controlled sound exposure during different sleep stages have consistently found that certain categories of sound are far more likely to produce a measurable arousal response, a brief shift toward lighter sleep or full waking, than other categories of sound roughly matched for volume and acoustic complexity. A person's own name, spoken quietly nearby, reliably produces stronger arousal responses than an unfamiliar name of similar acoustic structure, a finding replicated across multiple studies and widely understood as evidence that some meaningful degree of semantic processing continues even during sleep. Sudden, sharp-onset sounds, the kind associated with a snapping twig, a falling object, or a sudden footstep, consistently produce stronger arousal responses than sounds of equivalent volume that build more gradually, even when study participants have no particular reason, in their safe, modern laboratory environment, to associate either type of sound with any genuine threat. This pattern, researchers studying the evolutionary basis of auditory threat processing have argued, makes considerable sense in light of the ancestral predation pressures this story has examined throughout. A sudden, sharp-onset sound is precisely the acoustic signature an approaching predator, particularly one attempting stealth rather than open pursuit, would be most likely to produce. A single snapped twig underfoot, a sudden shift in undergrowth, rather than the slow, gradually building sound of, for example, wind moving steadily through grass or a stream running continuously nearby, both of which the sleeping brain appears to treat by comparison as considerably less worthy of interrupting rest. The auditory system, in other words, appears to carry forward a kind of inherited acoustic pattern recognition, tuned not randomly but specifically toward exactly the kind of sound signature a genuine ancestral predator threat would have most plausibly produced. Continuing to evaluate incoming sound against this old template even now, inside a modern bedroom where the sounds most likely to trigger this same ancient response. A creaking floorboard, a sudden gust against a window, a pet shifting positions somewhere nearby carry no genuine danger at all. There is a further layer of nuance here worth examining, because it adds real texture to understanding why some sounds wake a sleeper instantly, while others, seemingly louder or more disruptive, are processed and dismissed without ever rising to conscious awareness at all. Researchers have found that this auditory evaluation during sleep appears to weigh novelty heavily alongside acoustic structure. A sound that is consistent, familiar, and repeated, the steady hum of a fan, the distant regular sound of traffic, tends to be filtered out increasingly effectively the longer a sleeper has been exposed to it, a process called habituation that allows the sleeping brain to essentially learn, over the course of a single night or across repeated nights in the same environment, which sounds are safe to ignore. A genuinely novel sound, by contrast, one the sleeping brain has no prior template for safely dismissing, tends to produce a disproportionately strong arousal response, precisely because its unfamiliarity prevents the same kind of safe filtering from taking place. This habituation process itself carries an obvious evolutionary logic directly relevant to the predation pressures this story has examined. A sleeping ancestor camped repeatedly in the same general territory would have benefited enormously from a sleeping brain capable of learning, across repeated nights, which ordinary environmental sounds, wind, distant insects, a familiar stream, were safe to filter out, while remaining sharply, disproportionately responsive to anything genuinely unfamiliar that might signal a predator's approach. This research connects directly and usefully back to the calm listening quality of 3 in the morning wakefulness this story has returned to so many times tonight. When you wake near this hour with that particular sense of quiet alertness, your auditory system has very likely already, in the moments immediately preceding full conscious waking, performed exactly this kind of rapid, unconscious evaluation, scanning recent sound for novelty, for sharp onset, for any acoustic pattern matching the old inherited template this story has described, before deciding, almost always correctly and almost always within a matter of seconds, that nothing in the immediate environment warrants sustained concern. The conscious experience of brief listening alertness that follows is not, in this light, the cause of the waking at all, but rather the tail end of a far faster, entirely unconscious, evaluative process that has, in the overwhelming majority of cases, already concluded its work and found nothing genuinely threatening before conscious awareness ever fully arrives. It is worth noting, finally, that this same auditory sensitivity helps explain a detail many people have likely noticed about their own experience of this hour without ever quite articulating it clearly, that the waking itself is often accompanied by a brief but genuinely heightened awareness of ambient sound, the settling of the house, a distant car passing, the particular quality of silence in a quiet room, details that, during ordinary daytime wakefulness, would pass entirely beneath conscious notice. This heightened auditory attention, far from being random or meaningless, represents one more small, precisely tuned piece of the same ancient architecture this entire story is carefully traced, a sleeping brain briefly surfacing into conscious awareness specifically equipped, by an almost unimaginable span of evolutionary refinement, to listen closely and carefully into whatever darkness happens to surround it, before settling, as it almost always does, back into rest. There is a particular population worth examining closely in this story, one whose sleep patterns offer a uniquely valuable and uniquely poignant window into the ancestral vigilance this entire script has been carefully tracing, and that population is infants and very young children, whose sleep architecture differs from adult sleep in ways researchers increasingly understand as deeply connected to the same evolutionary pressures shaping the deep night wakefulness explored throughout the rest of this story. Infant sleep is, by any measure, considerably more fragmented than adult sleep, with newborns typically sleeping in short bouts, scattered across both day and night, rather than consolidating into the longer, more continuous nighttime blocks that gradually develop in most children only over the course of the first several years of life. This fragmentation has traditionally been understood primarily in terms of immediate physiological need, the frequent feeding requirements of a rapidly growing infant, the underdeveloped circadian system of a very young nervous system still calibrating itself to the daily light and dark cycle. Both of these factors are genuinely significant and well supported by extensive research. But researchers studying infant sleep through an evolutionary lens have increasingly argued that a third factor, closely related to the ancestral vigilance pressures this story has examined throughout, also plays a meaningful role, and that factor concerns vulnerability itself. An infant, considered against the predation pressures this story has examined across deep evolutionary time, represents the single most vulnerable possible member of any ancestral human group, entirely incapable of fleeing danger independently, entirely dependent on caregivers for protection, and, by virtue of being smaller and weaker than any other group member, potentially an especially attractive target for exactly the kind of ambush predators this story has examined in detail. Under these conditions, researchers studying infant sleep evolution have argued an infant sleep architecture favouring frequent waking, frequent crying in response to discomfort or separation, and generally lighter, more easily interrupted sleep than adult sleep would have carried significant survival value, not necessarily because the infant itself was capable of meaningfully responding to danger through its own waking, but because frequent infant waking and crying would have reliably triggered the attention and protective response of nearby caregivers, effectively recruiting adult vigilance on the infant's behalf at exactly the moments when that vigilance was most needed. This framework helps explain a detail many parents notice with some bewilderment, that infant sleep, far from gradually becoming easier to predict and manage as straightforward sleep training might suggest it should, often shows particular sensitivity and particular frequency of waking during precisely the same deep night hours this entire story has focused on throughout, the hours during which ancestral predation risk, by every line of evidence this story has examined, would have been at its highest. Infant crying itself, researchers studying its acoustic properties have found, carries specific characteristics, a particular frequency range, a particular rhythmic structure that appear to be unusually effective at penetrating adult sleep and triggering rapid arousal, considerably more effective, in fact, than many other sounds of comparable volume, a finding entirely consistent with the broader picture this story has assembled of an auditory system specifically tuned across deep, evolutionary time towards sounds carrying genuine survival significance. The practice of co-sleeping, infants and young children sleeping in close physical proximity to caregivers rather than in fully separate sleeping spaces, remains, across the majority of human cultures studied by anthropologists, both historically and in the present day, considerably more common than the separate room infant sleeping arrangement that became culturally dominant across much of the industrialized world only relatively recently, closely tracking, once again, the same broader historical period during which the architectural and cultural shifts discussed earlier in this story, toward enclosed, separated, individually walled sleeping spaces, became widespread. Researchers studying co-sleeping arrangements across contemporary cultures that continue to practice them widely have found that close proximity between infant and caregiver appears to meaningfully influence both infant and caregiver sleep architecture, with caregivers showing increased sensitivity to infant movement and sound, and infants, in turn, showing measurably more stable breathing and temperature regulation patterns when sleeping in close proximity to a caregiver compared to sleeping entirely alone. A finding some researchers have connected to the deep evolutionary expectation built across an almost unimaginable span of ancestral history, during which solitary infant sleep would have been exceptionally dangerous, that a sleeping infant's body anticipates, at a fundamental physiological level, the close presence of protective caregivers nearby. There is something worth sitting with gently in this part of the story, because it adds a tender, almost circular dimension to the broader picture this script has assembled tonight. The same ancestral vigilance pressures that shaped the calm, brief, watchful wakefulness adults occasionally experience near 3 a.m. appear to have shaped, in a related but considerably more intense and more frequent form, the sleep architecture of every single human being during the most vulnerable opening years of their own life, a period during which their own survival depended almost entirely on triggering exactly the kind of attentive, protective, adult wakefulness this entire story has spent so long examining. In this light, the watchman's instinct explored throughout tonight's story is not something that simply appears, fully formed, somewhere in adulthood. It is, in its most intense and most frequently expressed early form, present from the very beginning of life, woven into the frequent waking and crying of infancy itself, gradually settling, across the early years of childhood, into the considerably quieter, considerably less frequent, but recognizably related pattern that continues, faintly and harmlessly, to surface throughout the rest of a human life, all the way to the particular quiet hour. Many people listening to this story tonight have likely at some point found themselves gently, calmly awake within. Threaded throughout the deep night hours this story has spent so long examining, cites another phenomenon worth exploring carefully before this story moves toward its final reflections: the strange, vivid, often unsettling content of dreams themselves, particularly the dreams that tend to cluster, much like the wakefulness this story is focused on, during the REM-heavy later cycles of an ordinary night's sleep. Researchers studying dream content across large samples of recorded dream reports have found a recurring pattern worth sitting with carefully, one that connects in a fascinating and increasingly well-supported way to the ancestral story this script has assembled tonight. The Finnish cognitive neuroscientist Antti Revonsuo, building on decades of earlier dream research, proposed what has become known as the threat simulation theory of dreaming, a framework that has since accumulated considerable supporting evidence from researchers working independently across several countries. The theory proposes that dreaming, rather than being a largely random or purely emotionally processing byproduct of sleep, evolved at least in part as a genuine simulation mechanism, a kind of safe, low-cost virtual rehearsal space in which a sleeping brain could repeatedly practice perceiving and responding to threatening scenarios, sharpening the neural pathways involved in rapid threat detection and response without requiring the sleeper to actually encounter real danger in order to refine those circuits. The evidence supporting this theory is considerably more extensive than casual intuition about dream content alone would suggest. Large-scale studies analyzing thousands of recorded dream reports gathered across multiple countries and cultural contexts have found that threatening content, being chased, confronted, attacked, or placed in some other form of danger, appears in dream reports at a rate far exceeding what would be expected if dream content simply reflected, in any straightforward way, the actual statistical frequency of threatening events in most ordinary modern waking life. For the overwhelming majority of people reading or listening to this story tonight, genuine life-threatening encounters are thankfully exceptionally rare events, perhaps occurring for most people never at all across an entire lifetime. And yet dream researchers consistently find threat-related content appearing in a substantial proportion of recorded dreams, frequently enough that its sheer disproportion relative to actual waking life danger has become one of the central puzzles dream researchers have tried to explain. Revonsuo and subsequent researchers building on this work have proposed that this disproportion makes considerably more sense when understood as an evolutionary holdover, a dream-generating system originally calibrated across the same deep evolutionary span this entire story has examined, to a genuinely far more dangerous ancestral environment, one in which the kind of predation pressure this story has documented in detail meant that threat rehearsal carried genuine, substantial survival value. A sleeping brain capable of repeatedly simulating encounters with predators, practicing rapid threat assessment, practicing escape and evasion strategies, even in the relatively safe low-stakes context of a dream, would have entered each subsequent waking day with measurably sharper, more rapidly accessible threat response circuitry than a brain that dreamed primarily about safe, mundane content, a genuine cognitive advantage that, repeated across countless ancestral nights, could plausibly have been favoured by natural selection, in much the same way the waking vigilance patterns examined throughout the rest of this story appear to have been. Supporting evidence for this theory extends beyond simple frequency counts of threat content in dream reports. Researchers have found that the specific nature of threat depicted in dreams shows interesting, evolutionarily relevant patterns. Dreams involving being chased or pursued by an animal or animal-like figure, for instance, appear with notable frequency across large dream samples, considerably more frequently, proportionally, than dreams involving threats more characteristic of distinctly modern dangers, such as car accidents or technology-related disasters, despite the latter category representing, for most people living modern lives, a statistically far more probable real-world danger than animal predation. This pattern, researchers studying threat simulation theory have argued, suggests that the underlying dream-generating machinery responsible for selecting and constructing threat content may still be drawing, at least in part, from an older evolutionarily inherited template of what counts as genuinely threatening, a template shaped far more strongly by the ancestral predation pressures this entire story has examined than by the considerably more recent and considerably more statistically relevant dangers of modern industrialized life. Children's dream content offers an additional, particularly striking line of supporting evidence. Researchers studying dream reports collected from young children across multiple cultures have found that animal-related threat content appears with even greater proportional frequency in childhood dreams than in adult dreams, despite young children, in most modern contexts, having had even less direct personal experience with genuine animal predation than adults. This pattern fits comfortably within the broader threat simulation framework, suggesting that the underlying template guiding dream content may be substantially innate, present and active from a young age, rather than something built up gradually through accumulated personal waking experience with actual danger across a lifetime. There is a further particularly elegant piece of supporting evidence worth including here, drawn from research examining how dream content shifts under conditions of genuine, currently active threat. Studies examining dream reports gathered from individuals living through periods of genuine elevated real-world danger, including research conducted with populations experiencing active armed conflict, have consistently found measurably increased frequency and intensity of threat-related dream content during these periods compared to dream reports gathered from comparable populations living under safer conditions, exactly the pattern threat simulation theory would predict if the dream-generating system genuinely functions, at least in part, as an adaptive, responsive rehearsal mechanism calibrated to current perceived danger levels, rather than producing threat content at a fixed, unchanging rate regardless of actual environmental risk. Connecting this thread back to the central story this script has told tonight, threat simulation theory offers a fascinating complementary perspective alongside the waking vigilance patterns examined throughout. If the calm, listening wakefulness many people experience near 3 a.m. represents one inherited expression of ancestral predation, pressure, surfacing briefly into conscious awareness during the lightest stages of sleep, the vivid threat-themed content so commonly populating the dream surrounding, that same wakefulness may represent a second, closely related expression of the very same underlying evolutionary pressure, operating not through conscious waking vigilance, but through the considerably stranger, more symbolic, more narratively elaborate medium of dream simulation itself. Both phenomena, waking watchfulness and dreamed danger alike, appear to trace back to the same deep evolutionary source, a nervous system shaped across an almost unimaginable span of genuinely dangerous ancestral nights, still quietly, faithfully rehearsing and watching for threats that, for the overwhelming majority of people listening to this story tonight, in the overwhelming majority of modern circumstances, will never actually arrive. Beneath the conscious experience of waking near 3 a.m, Beneath even the hormonal and neurological architecture this story examined in detail earlier, sits a further, more granular layer of physiological activity worth understanding. Before this story draws toward its close, the moment-to-moment work of the autonomic nervous system, the largely unconscious network of nerves governing heart rate, breathing, digestion, and a vast range of other bodily functions that continue operating mostly outside conscious awareness or control throughout every stage of sleep. The autonomic nervous system divides broadly into two complementary branches. The sympathetic branch, generally associated with arousal, alertness, and the body's rapid mobilization in response to perceived challenge or threat, often colloquially described as the fight or flight system, and the parasympathetic branch, generally associated with rest, digestion, and recovery, often described as the rest and digest system. Throughout an ordinary night of healthy sleep, these two branches engage in a continuous dynamic balancing act, with parasympathetic activity generally dominating during deep, slow-wave sleep, supporting the kind of genuine physical restoration this stage of sleep is primarily responsible for, while sympathetic activity shows measurable, periodic increases during lighter sleep stages, and particularly during REM sleep, contributing to the kind of heightened, primed neurological state discussed earlier in connection with the locus coeruleus. Researchers studying heart rate variability, a measure reflecting the subtle beat-to-beat variation in time between successive heartbeats, have found this measure to be a particularly sensitive window into the ongoing balance between sympathetic and parasympathetic activity across a night's sleep, considerably more sensitive than simple heart rate alone. Studies tracking heart rate variability across full nights of sleep have found a consistent pattern directly relevant to the story this script has been telling. Measurable shifts toward patterns associated with increased sympathetic activity and correspondingly reduced parasympathetic dominance, clustering during the same later night, heavy hours. This entire story has focused on throughout providing yet another independent physiological measure, converging on the same basic conclusion already supported by hormonal, neurological, and behavioral evidence examined earlier. Closely related to this is the phenomenon researchers call microarousals, extremely brief shifts toward lighter sleep or momentary full waking, often lasting only a few seconds, frequently occurring without leaving any lasting conscious memory of having woken at all. Sleep researchers using detailed electroencephalogram monitoring, capable of detecting the rapid shifts in brainwave pattern that characterize these brief events, have found that healthy human sleep contains a surprisingly large number of these microarousals scattered across an ordinary night, considerably more than most people would ever guess based on their own subjective experience of having slept continuously and uneventfully through the night. Crucially, the frequency of these microarousals is not evenly distributed across the night, but instead shows a measurable increase during the same deep, later night hours this story has returned to so many times, adding yet another fine-grained physiological detail to the broader, repeatedly converging pattern this script has assembled. What makes microarousals particularly interesting in the context of the evolutionary story this script has told tonight is the way they appear to function as a kind of built-in, low-cost vigilance check, a brief, almost imperceptible shift toward greater sensory and neurological readiness, occurring frequently enough across the night to provide repeated opportunities for the sleeping brain to briefly evaluate the surrounding environment for anything genuinely concerning, without requiring the considerably higher cost of full, sustained conscious waking on each occasion. Most microarousals, researchers studying them have found, resolve within seconds, the brain quickly determining, through exactly the kind of rapid auditory and sensory evaluation discussed in the earlier chapter on ancestral sound processing, that nothing requires further attention, before sliding immediately back into deeper sleep, often so quickly and so smoothly that the sleeper retains no conscious memory of the brief check having occurred at all. Only occasionally, when a microarousal happens to coincide with other contributing factors, the hormonal crossover discussed earlier, a particularly light sleep stage already in progress, perhaps a genuinely somewhat unusual or novel sound in the immediate environment, does this brief check escalate into the kind of fuller, more sustained conscious wakefulness this entire story has spent so long examining, the calm, listening alertness so many people experience occasionally near 3 a.m. This layered understanding, full conscious waking representing simply the visible occasionally surfacing tip of a vastly larger, almost entirely unconscious pattern of continuous, low-level, micro-arousal and vigilance checking occurring throughout every ordinary night offers a genuinely useful final piece of reassurance worth carrying forward from this part of the story. The deep night wakefulness this script has focused on throughout is not an unusual isolated malfunction interrupting an otherwise perfectly continuous, perfectly unbroken stream of sleep. It is instead simply the occasional visible surfacing of a process that is, in some quiet, almost entirely unconscious form, running continuously throughout every single night of healthy human sleep. An old, patient, deeply embedded system of repeated brief environmental checking that almost always, almost every single time, across an almost unimaginable number of nights stretching back across the entire span of human and pre-human evolutionary history, finds nothing requiring further attention and allows sleep gently and reliably to continue. One final thread worth following before this story turns toward its closing reflections concerns the broader seasonal context within which the ancestral vigilance pattern this script has examined was originally shaped, a context considerably richer and more variable than the simple daily cycle of light and dark this story has mostly focused on so far. For the overwhelming majority of human evolutionary history, the length of the night itself was never a fixed, unchanging quantity, the way it can feel inside a modern, artificially lit, climate-controlled home, where the practical difference between a long winter night and a short summer one has been substantially flattened by electric lighting and indoor heating and cooling. Ancestral humans living across the considerable range of latitudes their lineage eventually came to occupy would have experienced dramatically different night lengths across the changing seasons, and researchers studying the deep biological rhythms underlying human sleep have increasingly examined how this seasonal variation may have shaped, and may still subtly influence, the architecture this entire story has explored. The study discussed earlier in this story, in which volunteers placed under conditions of extended 14-hour winter-length darkness, spontaneously settled into a segmented sleep pattern, offers one of the clearest pieces of evidence connecting seasonal night length directly to the deep night wakefulness this script has focused on throughout. Crucially, this same study found that when the same volunteers were instead placed under conditions of shorter summer-length darkness, the segmented sleep pattern, the clear, separate first and second sleep periods with a distinct waking interval between them, did not reliably emerge in the same way, with sleep instead tending to consolidate into something closer to the single continuous block more familiar to modern experience. This finding suggests something genuinely important for understanding the deep night wakefulness explored throughout this story, that the pattern itself may not represent a fixed, unchanging biological constant, but rather a flexible, responsive system, one that emerges more readily and more completely under conditions of longer ancestral-style darkness, and recedes somewhat under conditions of shorter summer-style darkness, tracking the same kind of seasonal variation ancestral humans would have experienced as a completely ordinary feature of life across changing seasons, long before artificial lighting flattened that variation into the comparatively uniform, electrically lit nights most people experience today regardless of season. This seasonal flexibility makes considerable evolutionary sense when considered alongside the predation pressures this story has examined throughout. Longer winter nights, across most of the latitudes early and later human populations eventually came to occupy, would have meant correspondingly longer periods during which nocturnal and crepuscular predators remained active, and correspondingly longer periods during which the kind of fire maintenance discussed earlier in this story would have required ongoing attention. A sleep architecture capable of flexibly extending its periods of lighter, more easily interrupted vigilant sleep during these longer, more dangerous winter nights, while consolidating into more continuous rest during the shorter, comparatively safer nights of summer, would represent precisely the kind of finely tuned, environmentally responsive adaptation. Natural selection tends to favour over a rigid, fixed pattern incapable of adjusting to genuinely variable ancestral conditions. Modern researchers studying seasonal variation in human sleep today, even within the comparatively flattened context of artificially lit modern life, continue to find measurable seasonal differences in sleep architecture, including small but statistically consistent differences in total sleep duration, melatonin secretion timing, and reported sleep quality between winter and summer months, even among populations living and working under broadly similar indoor lighting conditions year-round. While these modern seasonal differences are considerably smaller than the dramatic shifts documented in the VAER study's controlled extended darkness conditions, their persistence even under largely artificial modern lighting suggests that the underlying seasonal sensitivity itself has not disappeared, simply that modern artificial lighting has substantially muted, without entirely eliminating, its full ancestral expression. There is a final, gently poetic detail worth including here before this story turns fully toward its closing reflections, one that connects this seasonal thread back to the broader cultural and historical evidence examined earlier. Several historians studying pre-industrial European life have noted that Okertsch's documented references to first sleep and second sleep appear with particularly strong frequency in sources originating during the autumn and winter months, when natural darkness extended considerably longer than the simple 8-hour window many people associate with a typical modern night, offering season-specific corroborating evidence for the seasonal flexibility the modern experimental research has independently identified. Ancestral humans, in other words, by every line of evidence this story has now assembled, fossil, physiological, historical and experimental alike, appear to have carried a sleep architecture exquisitely, almost musically responsive to the actual rhythms of the natural world surrounding them, lengthening and softening its watchful, segmented quality during the long, dangerous nights of winter, and relaxing into something closer to continuous rest during the shorter, gentler nights of summer, a responsiveness considerably more sophisticated and considerably more finely tuned than the simple, fixed, 3 a.m. window this story has used as its central touchstone throughout tonight, but one that ultimately traces back to precisely the same deep evolutionary source, an ancient patient body built across an almost unimaginable span of time, still quietly, faithfully listening for whatever the surrounding dark, in whatever season it happens to currently be, might or might not contain. Researchers studying fear and threat perception have spent considerable effort trying to understand why certain shapes, certain movements, certain visual patterns seem to trigger heightened attention and unease in humans, including young children with minimal personal experience of genuine danger, far more reliably and far more rapidly than other stimuli of comparable visual complexity or novelty. This research connects in a particularly direct way to the deep evolutionary story this script has assembled tonight, because the specific patterns that do reliably trigger this kind of rapid, seemingly innate attention turn out to align remarkably well with exactly the kinds of ancestral threats this story has examined throughout. Laboratory studies using rapid visual detection tasks, in which study participants are asked to identify a particular target image embedded among a larger grid of distractor images as quickly as possible, have found consistently faster detection times for images of snakes and spiders embedded among grids of flowers or mushrooms compared to the reverse arrangement, flowers or mushrooms embedded among grids of snakes or spiders, a pattern that holds even when the images are carefully matched for visual complexity, colour contrast, and overall salience. This finding, replicated across numerous independent studies and across participants from a wide range of cultural backgrounds, including some with minimal direct personal experience encountering venomous snakes or spiders in their own daily environment, has led researchers to propose what is sometimes called the evolved fear module hypothesis, the idea that the human visual and attentional system carries forward specifically tuned, rapid detection circuitry for certain categories of ancestrally significant threat, circuitry that operates considerably faster than ordinary, generalized visual processing, and that appears to require minimal or no individual learning to function effectively. Even more striking, researchers conducting similar studies with very young infants, including infants as young as 6 months old, long before any plausible opportunity for extensive individual learning about snakes specifically to have occurred, have found measurable differences in attention and physiological arousal when infants are shown images of snakes compared to other, non-threatening animal images, suggesting that at least some component of this rapid detection capability may be present in a largely innate form from very early in life, requiring only minimal environmental triggering to become fully active, rather than needing to be built up gradually through extensive direct personal experience with genuine danger. This research extends meaningfully beyond snakes and spiders into territory more directly relevant to the broader predation story this script has examined throughout. Several studies have investigated human responses to the specific visual signature of eyes, particularly eyes oriented directly toward the viewer, embedded within otherwise ambiguous or low-detail visual scenes, finding that direct, forward-facing eye contact, even from non-human or only partially visible sources, reliably triggers measurably faster and stronger attentional capture than comparable visual stimuli lacking this particular eye-like configuration. Researchers studying this pattern have connected it directly to the ancestral predation pressures this story has examined in detail, proposing that a visual system specifically tuned toward rapid detection of forward-facing eyes, of exactly the kind that would characterize a predator watching its prey from concealment in low light, would have carried an obvious and substantial survival advantage across the long evolutionary period during which ambush predators of the kind documented in the fossil record discussed earlier in this story represented a genuine ongoing threat. There is a fascinating connecting thread here back to the calm listening quality of 3 in the morning wakefulness this story has returned to so many times tonight. Researchers studying why this particular kind of waking so often carries that faint, hard-to-articulate sense of being watched, or of scanning the darkness for something specifically eye-shaped or presence-shaped, even when no rational waking thought genuinely expects to find anything of the kind, have proposed that this same evolved attentional circuitry, normally operating below the threshold of conscious awareness during ordinary daytime alertness, may become considerably more active and considerably more consciously noticeable during the particular neurological conditions of light, REM-adjacent sleep. This story has examined in detail conditions during which the amygdala, as discussed earlier, shows elevated activity, and during which the boundary between unconscious threat scanning and conscious perceptual experience appears to become measurably more porous than it is during ordinary, fully alert daytime consciousness. Understood this way, the particular oddly specific quality so many people report during deep night wakefulness, not generalized anxiety, but something closer to a focused, almost searching attentiveness directed toward the visible darkness of the room itself, scanning corners, doorways, and shadowed shapes in a manner that feels, in the moment, almost deliberately purposeful, makes considerably more evolutionary sense than it might at first appear. The visual system stirring briefly into this kind of heightened searching alertness is very likely engaging exactly the same ancient, specifically tuned detection circuitry this research has documented. The same evolved fear module that helps a study participant spot a snake embedded in a grid of flowers a fraction of a second faster than chance would predict, briefly and harmlessly active in the deep night, scanning a now entirely safe modern room for a particular ancestral pattern, eyes, stillness, concealment, that has not posed any genuine threat to anyone sleeping safely behind a locked door in a very, very long time. Throughout this story, the social dimension of ancestral nighttime vigilance has appeared again and again, the sentinel behaviour documented across meerkats and baboons and elephants, the staggered group sleep reconstructed from fossil and anthropological evidence, the shared fire requiring collective rather than individual maintenance. It is worth pausing now to examine more directly why group living itself, beyond any single specific vigilance mechanism, appears to have been such a consistently powerful evolutionary strategy against predation pressure across an enormous range of species, because understanding this broader principle adds useful depth to the specific human story this script has assembled. Evolutionary biologists studying predation risk across social species have identified several distinct, mutually reinforcing advantages that group living provides against predators, advantages that apply with particular relevance to the ancestral human story this script has examined throughout. The first, and in many ways the most mathematically straightforward, is what researchers call the dilution effect, the simple statistical reality that for any individual within a group, the probability of being the specific individual targeted by an approaching predator decreases as group size increases, assuming the predator is capable of successfully capturing only one or a small number of individuals during any single attack. A predator approaching a group of 30 sleeping individuals presents, purely statistically, considerably less individual risk to any single sleeper than the same predator approaching a lone individual sleeping alone, even before accounting for any additional vigilance or defensive behavior the group might collectively provide. Layered directly on top of this dilution effect sits what researchers call the many eyes effect, closely related to but conceptually distinct from the dilution effect itself, describing the way collective vigilance across a group, even when no single individual is more vigilant than they would be alone, produces a dramatically higher overall probability that at least one group member will detect an approaching predator in time for the group as a whole to respond. This effect has been documented experimentally across numerous species, with researchers consistently finding that individual animals in larger groups can afford to spend measurably less time individually scanning for predators, redirecting that time toward feeding or other activities, while the group's overall detection capability, considered collectively, remains equal to or considerably better than that of a comparably vigilant individual operating entirely alone, precisely because the combined attention of many individuals, each independently scanning some portion of the surrounding environment, some portion of the time, mathematically covers considerably more ground than any single individual's attention possibly could. A third related advantage concerns the simple mechanics of communication and collective response once a threat has actually been detected. A group containing even one alert sentinel, capable of producing a clear alarm signal, whether through vocalization, sudden movement, or in the specifically human case this story has examined, the kind of sudden waking and quiet, low-voiced alert anthropologists studying contemporary small-scale societies have documented occurring within sleeping camps can rapidly transmit that warning across an entire group, allowing even individuals who did not personally detect the original threat to respond in time, a collective amplification of individual vigilance that no solitary sleeper, however alert, could ever replicate entirely on their own. Researchers studying optimal group size across social species facing predation pressure have found that these combined advantages do not simply increase indefinitely with group size, but instead trade off against competing pressures, primarily the increasing difficulty of securing sufficient food resources for an ever larger group, and the increasing complexity of social coordination required to manage larger numbers of individuals successfully. This tension produces, across many species, a measurable optimal group size, large enough to provide meaningful protective benefit through dilution and collective vigilance, but not so large that resource competition or social coordination breakdown begins to outweigh those protective advantages. The British anthropologist Robin Dunbar's extensively studied research into human social group size, building on broader comparative primate research into exactly this kind of trade-off, has proposed that ancestral human social groups likely settled, across deep evolutionary time, into a range broadly consistent with the small band sizes this story has already described in its earlier reconstruction of an ancestral sleeping camp, large enough to provide meaningful collective vigilance against the genuine predation pressures this story has documented throughout, while remaining small enough to manage successfully given the resource constraints and social complexity limits of ancestral hunter-gatherer life. This deep mathematically grounded preference for group living over solitary existence as a defense against predation offers one final, useful piece of context for understanding why the modern, increasingly solitary sleeping arrangement discussed earlier in this story, the fully private, individually enclosed bedroom that became widespread only within roughly the last 2 centuries, represents such a genuinely novel departure from the social sleeping context within which the underlying vigilance architecture this story has examined was originally and repeatedly favoured across an almost unimaginable span of evolutionary time. The ancient calculus of safety in numbers, dilution, many eyes, collective alarm response, all of it built specifically around the assumption of a sleeping group rather than a sleeping individual, continues to sit quietly beneath the surface of a sleep architecture now for the first time in its extraordinarily long history, frequently called upon to operate entirely alone, a detail worth holding gently rather than anxiously, simply as one more piece of the genuinely fascinating, genuinely complex picture this story has spent the whole night carefully assembling. The story this script has told tonight has focused largely on the African savanna, where the hominin lineage first emerged and where the specific predators discussed in detail, the saber-toothed cats, the giant hyenas, the large crocodilians, once posed such direct and well-documented danger. But the human story did not remain confined to that single landscape, and tracing what happened to the ancestral vigilance pattern this script has examined as early humans gradually spread outward across an enormous range of new environments, adds a final, important layer of understanding before this story turns toward its closing reflections. Beginning roughly 2 million years ago and continuing in several distinct waves over the following span of evolutionary time, hominin populations began moving beyond the African continent entirely, into the Middle East, across Asia, and eventually, by considerably more recent dates, into Europe, the Americas, and Australia, encountering, at every stage of this expansion, an entirely new set of predators specific to each new environment, predators these expanding populations had no direct prior evolutionary experience with at all. This raises a genuinely interesting question that researchers studying the evolution of human threat response have examined carefully: whether the vigilance architecture this story has documented in such detail, built originally and specifically around the particular African predators discussed earlier, somehow needed to be rebuilt essentially from scratch for each new environment and each new predator encountered, or whether the underlying system, once established, proved flexible and general enough to extend its protective function toward entirely new ancestral threats without requiring this kind of slow, repeated re-evolution. The evidence researchers have gathered points fairly clearly toward this second possibility, that the core vigilance architecture, once established across the long African evolutionary period this story has focused on throughout, proved sufficiently general and sufficiently flexible to extend, with comparatively modest further refinement, to the new predators encountered across each subsequent environment human populations came to occupy. European hominin populations, including Neanderthals and early modern humans inhabiting the same general regions across overlapping periods, faced an entirely different predator community than their African ancestors had faced. Cave bears and cave lions considerably larger than their modern African and Asian relatives, along with wolves hunting in coordinated packs across open and forested terrain alike. Asian populations encountered tigers, an ambush predator whose hunting strategy, stealth, concealment, and a single decisive close-range strike bears a striking structural resemblance to the African saber-toothed ambush predators this story examined in detail earlier, despite tigers and saber-toothed cats belonging to entirely separate evolutionary lineages that arrived at broadly similar hunting strategies independently. This pattern, in which entirely unrelated predator lineages across entirely different continents repeatedly arrive, through independent evolution, at broadly similar ambush-based hunting strategies optimized for low-light conditions, turns out to matter enormously for understanding why the general vigilance architecture this story has examined could transfer so effectively from one continent and one set of specific predators to another. Because the fundamental acoustic, visual, and behavioral signatures of stealth-based ambush predation, the sharp onset sound of a sudden movement through cover, the visual signature of a watching eye in low light, the particular hunting hours concentrated around dusk, night, and dawn, recur so consistently across structurally similar but evolutionarily unrelated predators worldwide. A vigilance system tuned toward these general signatures, rather than toward the specific identity of any single ancestral predator species, would have remained genuinely useful and genuinely protective across an enormous range of new environments and new specific threats, requiring only modest fine-tuning rather than wholesale reconstruction at each new stage of human geographic expansion. This generality offers a final, satisfying piece of explanation for why the deep night wakefulness this story has explored persists with such remarkable consistency across human populations today, despite those populations now living across an almost unimaginably wide range of environments, climates, and modern circumstances, environments in which the specific ancestral predators originally responsible for shaping this pattern have, in the overwhelming majority of cases, been entirely absent for many thousands of years. The underlying vigilance architecture was never narrowly built around any single specific predator species in the first place. It was built, across the long and varied span of human evolutionary history, around a considerably more general, considerably more flexible template of nighttime threat, sharp sound, watching presence, low-light vulnerability, a template general enough to have served human populations effectively as they move from African savanna to European forest to Asian woodland and beyond, and general enough, apparently, to persist quietly within the modern human body today, regardless of where on the planet that body happens to currently be resting, regardless of how many thousands of years have passed since any genuinely ancestral predator last had any real opportunity to test it. There is a developmental thread worth following here, one that bridges the infant vigilance examined earlier in this story and the calm, settled adult experience of deep night wakefulness this script has spent so long carefully reframing, and that thread concerns the long, gradual process by which a developing human nervous system learns, across childhood, that the surrounding dark can, under most ordinary circumstances, be trusted. Developmental psychologists studying childhood fear of the dark, a phenomenon researchers note appears with notable consistency across an enormous range of cultures and historical periods, have generally concluded that this fear represents neither a learned behaviour absorbed from frightening stories nor a simple deficiency in a child's developing reasoning ability, but rather a genuinely expected, broadly universal stage in typical human development, one that tends to emerge at a fairly predictable point, often somewhere around the second or third year of life, once a child's cognitive development has advanced sufficiently to imagine unseen possibilities within a darkened room, but before that same child has accumulated sufficient direct personal experience to reliably trust that those unseen possibilities are, in the overwhelming majority of ordinary modern circumstances, entirely harmless. This developmental fear of the dark, researchers studying its evolutionary context have argued, fits comfortably within the broader story this script has examined throughout tonight. A young child's emerging fear of darkness can be understood as the same ancestral vigilance architecture this entire story has traced, simply encountering for the first time its own conscious developmental activation, surfacing into a young mind only just developing the cognitive sophistication required to represent unseen, potentially threatening possibilities at all. Earlier in infancy, before this cognitive capacity is developed, the vigilance examined in the earlier chapter on childhood sleep expresses itself primarily through simpler, more direct physiological channels, frequent waking, frequent crying, without the more elaborate, imaginatively populated fear of darkness itself that tends to emerge somewhat later, once a child's mind has developed sufficiently to imagine, rather than simply physiologically respond to, potential unseen danger. The gradual resolution of this childhood fear of the dark, which the overwhelming majority of children do eventually outgrow, at least in its more acute, distressing form, across the following several years of development, offers a genuinely instructive parallel to the broader reframing this story has offered throughout. Regarding adult deep night wakefulness, researchers studying how children typically move past intense fear of the dark have found that this resolution rarely happens through the dark itself somehow becoming objectively less unfamiliar or less genuinely unknown, since a dark room remains, in any strict literal sense, just as visually unknowable to an 8-year-old as it was to a 3-year-old. Instead, resolution appears to happen primarily through the gradual accumulation of repeated, reliably safe experience, night after night of waking or lying briefly awake in the dark and discovering, again and again, that nothing harmful is actually present, until the underlying vigilance system, while never entirely disappearing, gradually recalibrates its expectations, learning, across hundreds and eventually thousands of individually unremarkable nights, that this particular dark, the dark of this particular home, this particular room, this particular bed, can reasonably be trusted. This developmental process offers a genuinely useful, evidence-grounded model for understanding the adult experience this story has spent so long examining tonight. The calm, brief, easily resolved quality so many adults report when experiencing unexplained deep night wakefulness, compared to the considerably more acute, more distressing fear many young children initially experience in response to a similar underlying vigilance activation, likely reflects, at least in significant part, exactly this kind of long, patient developmental recalibration, an adult nervous system carrying not only the ancient, inherited vigilance architecture this entire story is traced back across deep evolutionary time, but also layered directly on top of it, several decades of accumulated personal experience confirming, night after night after night, that this particular waking, in this particular life, in this particular safe and ordinary room, reliably resolves into nothing more than a few quiet minutes before sleep easily returns. There is something worth carrying forward from this part of the story, particularly for anyone who has noticed that their own experience of deep night wakefulness still carries more anxiety than the calm, settled description this story has offered throughout might suggest is typical. If childhood teaches us anything reliable about how this particular kind of fear resolves over time, it is that resolution comes not through forceful suppression or through trying to argue the underlying vigilant system out of existence entirely, an approach that, as the earlier chapter on paradoxical insomnia discussed, tends, if anything, to backfire, but through patient, repeated, gentle exposure to exactly the evidence this story has spent the whole night assembling, the dark checked calmly and without urgency, again and again, found, almost without exception, to contain nothing requiring concern. Every calm, unremarkable resolution of this kind of waking, every night in which the watchful eyes open briefly, find nothing, and close again easily, adds one more small, accumulating piece of trustworthy evidence to a nervous system that, much like a young child gradually learning to trust an ordinary dark bedroom, is, across an entire lifetime, slowly and patiently learning the very same lesson, one quiet night at a time. Before this long story finally settles toward its closing rest, it is worth taking one last wide step back, far beyond the immediate question of why a single human body wakes near 3 a.m, to hold, briefly, the genuinely staggering scale of time across which this entire story has unfolded. The human mind, built for tracking days and seasons and at most a handful of decades within a single lifetime, was never well equipped to intuitively grasp distances measured in hundreds of thousands or millions of years, and yet nearly every thread this story has followed tonight depends, in some way, on exactly that kind of distance. Consider it this way. The way researchers studying deep time sometimes find useful for making such enormous spans of time at least somewhat graspable. If the entire 2 million year span across which the hominin lineage gradually moved from forest-edge primate to fully modern human were compressed into a single ordinary year, with January 1st representing the earliest moments of that transition and the final midnight of December 31st representing the present moment, where would the various threads this story has examined actually fall along that compressed calendar? The earliest fossil evidence of direct predation on early hominins by the saber-toothed cats and giant hyenas, discussed in such detail earlier in this story, would fall somewhere in the depths of that year's winter, many months still remaining before anything resembling fully modern human anatomy or behaviour would emerge. The slow, gradual mastery of controlled fire transforming the social geography of the sleeping night, as described in an earlier chapter, would not begin until considerably later in that same compressed year, somewhere perhaps around late summer or early autumn. Fully modern human anatomy and behaviour, the kind capable of the complex social structures, language, and eventually written history that allowed a Kirch to recover historical references to segmented sleep from centuries-old diaries and court records, would not appear until the very final weeks of that compressed year, sometime in mid-December. And the entire historical period this story examined, the centuries of pre-industrial European life during which first sleep and second sleep remained an unremarkable, ordinary feature of nearly every household, the gradual arrival of artificial lighting that began slowly to suppress that pattern, the eventual rise of the fully private, individually walled bedroom that represents, for so many people listening to this story tonight, the entire and only sleeping environment they have ever personally known. All of this would be compressed into the final few minutes before that compressed year's midnight, a sliver of time so thin against the full span of the year that it would scarcely register as a meaningful portion of the calendar at all. Held against this kind of scale, the instinct this entire story has spent so long carefully examining begins to look considerably less like an inconvenient modern quirk requiring correction, and considerably more like exactly what the evidence this script has assembled across paleontology, comparative biology, neuroscience, genetics, history and anthropology has suggested all along, an old, deeply and redundantly embedded pattern, built slowly and patiently across nearly the entire span of that compressed calendar year, encountering, only in its very final fleeting moments, an environment, the modern, electrically lit, securely walled bedroom, genuinely unlike anything it had previously needed to operate within across the overwhelming majority of its long, patient construction. There is something quietly comforting available in holding this scale gently rather than feeling overwhelmed by it, the same kind of comfort the stars themselves have offered patient observers across every one of those countless ancestral nights this story has traced. The stars visible above any clear night sky tonight are, in astronomical terms, almost entirely unchanged from the stars that would have looked down upon that first watchful early hominin stirring awake on an ancient African grassland. The same patient, indifferent light, arriving across distances so vast that the light itself often left its source long before any human, or any hominin ancestor at all, ever existed to look up and wonder at it. Whatever instinct stirred briefly awake beneath that ancient sky, listening into darkness that has long since changed beyond recognition, the sky itself, in its broad outline, has not changed nearly as much. The same patient backdrop witnessing the entire slow, careful construction of the pattern this story has spent the whole night trying to understand. You are tonight simply the most recent point along an almost unimaginably long line, looking up or lying quietly with eyes closed beneath a roof your most distant ancestors could never have imagined, carrying forward a watchfulness built across nearly the entire span of that long compressed calendar year, now finally gently allowed to rest. The stars do not need to be visible for this comfort to hold. The same old sky is there regardless, the same old rhythm continuing quietly beneath it, inside you, exactly as it has continued, patiently and faithfully, across every single night that has ever come before this one. There is a useful scientific term worth introducing this late in the story, one that helps sharpen and refine much of what has already been examined throughout tonight's journey into the deep architecture of human nighttime vigilance. Biologists studying animal activity patterns across the 24-hour cycle use the word crepuscular to describe species that are primarily active not during full daylight, and not during the deepest hours of full darkness either, but specifically during the transitional periods of dawn and dusk, the dim low-light windows when the sun sits near or just below the horizon. This category turns out to matter enormously for understanding the specific shape of the ancestral predation pressure this story has examined throughout, because a striking number of the predators most relevant to early hominin survival were not, strictly speaking, purely nocturnal animals hunting only in full darkness, but rather crepuscular specialists, animals whose hunting activity concentrated with particular intensity during precisely these dim, transitional windows. This distinction matters because crepuscular light conditions create a particular kind of sensory mismatch that differs in important ways from the sensory mismatch of full darkness. In conditions of complete darkness, both predator and prey are operating under severely reduced visual information, and the advantage shifts heavily toward whichever species has evolved superior non-visual senses, hearing, smell, or specialized low-light vision adaptations, such as the reflective eye layer many nocturnal hunters possess. But in the dim, shifting light of dawn and dusk, a different and in some ways more dangerous dynamic emerges. There is just enough ambient light for a predator with appropriately adapted eyes to move, track and strike effectively, while that same dim light remains genuinely difficult for a primarily daytime adapted visual system, the kind early hominins possessed, to pass reliably, producing long shadows, deceptive shapes, and rapidly shifting contrast that can make an approaching predator considerably harder to distinguish from the moving grass, shifting branches, and lengthening shadows surrounding it. Researchers studying the comparative hunting success rates of several large predator species across different light conditions have found that many ambush specialists, including several lineages closely related to the saber-toothed cats discussed earlier in this story, show measurably higher hunting success during these crepuscular transitional windows compared to either full daylight or full darkness, a pattern that has been documented across numerous modern predator species and is widely inferred, through comparative anatomical and ecological reconstruction, to have applied with similar force to many of the extinct predator lineages that shared the African landscape with early hominins. This crepuscular concentration of predation risk offers a useful refinement to the simple, daytime versus nighttime framework this story has relied on for much of its journey tonight, suggesting that the ancestral vigilance architecture this script has examined throughout may have been shaped not simply by a generalized fear of darkness, but by something considerably more specific, a particular, finely tuned sensitivity to exactly the kind of dim, shifting transitional light conditions in which an approaching predator would have been simultaneously most capable and most difficult to detect. This refinement connects in a genuinely interesting way back to the specific timing this entire story has focused on, the deep hours surrounding 3 in the morning, a window that, while not itself crepuscular in the strict sense of coinciding directly with dawn or dusk, sits at a kind of intermediate position worth considering carefully. Researchers studying ancestral predator activity patterns have noted that several crepuscular hunting specialists also maintain meaningful activity levels extending into the deeper hours of full night, particularly during the approach toward dawn, when ambient light begins its earliest, almost imperceptible shift back toward the crepuscular conditions under which these predators hunted most effectively. This gradual transitional approach toward dawn, beginning well before any visible lightening of the sky becomes apparent to a human observer, may have represented a particularly dangerous window across the ancestral night, a period during which predator activity was beginning to increase again after the deepest, quietest hours of full darkness, but during which a sleeping group would have had no obvious visual cue, no lightening sky, no bird song yet beginning, to signal that this renewed period of heightened risk had already begun. If this reconstruction holds, and several researchers studying the fine-grained timing of ancestral predation risk have proposed something close to it, it would help explain why the particular window this story has focused on throughout, broadly centered around the deep hours before dawn rather than the absolute middle of the night, carries the particular character it does: lighter sleep, heightened readiness, the calm but unmistakable sense of listening. This entire story has examined from so many different angles. This window may represent, in evolutionary terms, not simply an arbitrary midpoint in an undifferentiated night, but a genuinely distinct and genuinely elevated risk period in its own right, the early, still invisible beginning of the approach toward dawn crepuscular activity, a period during which the ancestral vigilance architecture this story has traced throughout would have carried particularly strong, particularly well-justified selective value, favouring exactly the kind of lighter, more easily interrupted sleep so many people continue to experience during this same general window today, even now, with no genuine crepuscular predator anywhere within thousands of miles of wherever they happen to be sleeping. There is a further detail here worth including, because it adds yet another small specific piece of evidence to the broader convergent picture this story has assembled across so many different fields tonight. Researchers studying contemporary human cortisol rhythms, the same hormonal system discussed in detail earlier in this story, have found that the rate of cortisol increase, not simply its overall presence, but specifically how rapidly it begins climbing, shows a notable acceleration during the final hour or two before the cortisol awakening response reaches its peak near typical waking time, a pattern some researchers studying the evolutionary basis of this rhythm have connected directly to exactly this kind of anticipatory crepuscular readiness, a body beginning to mobilize itself toward heightened alertness. Not at the moment dawn actually becomes visible, but somewhat earlier, in anticipation of the renewed predation risk that the earliest still invisible stages of approaching dawn would have historically represented. This anticipatory quality, the body beginning to prepare for daybreak considerably before any external cue confirms that daybreak is actually approaching, offers one more small but genuinely compelling piece of evidence for just how finely, how specifically tuned the ancestral vigilance architecture this story has examined throughout appears to be, calibrated not simply to the broad categories of day and night, but to the considerably more specific, considerably more dangerous transitional windows nested carefully within them. It is worth holding gently one final reflection here before this thread closes, and the story turns fully toward its final rest. The particular hour so many people experience as a strange, unexplained, faintly mysterious wakefulness, the hour this entire story has spent so long trying to understand, may represent, when viewed through this final crepuscular lens, something considerably more precise and considerably more remarkable than a simple, generalized nighttime alertness. It may represent a kind of inherited anticipation, a body quietly, faithfully preparing itself for a transition that, across an almost unimaginable number of ancestral nights, genuinely mattered, the slow turning of the world from the relative safety of deep, settled darkness toward the renewed, heightened risk of the crepuscular hours surrounding dawn, a transition, your body, even now in a world that has changed almost beyond recognition since that pattern was first assembled, still seems to know is coming, long before any window, any birdsong, any visible lightening of the sky has actually arrived to confirm it. There is one final piece of the puzzle worth examining carefully before this story allows itself to rest, a question that may have been quietly present beneath much of what has already been explored tonight. If this pattern of deep night wakefulness is, as the converging evidence from paleontology, physiology, history, and anthropology, this story has assembled strongly suggests an ancient, ordinary, broadly harmless feature of human biology, stretching back across an almost unimaginable span of evolutionary time. Why does it so often feel, to many people experiencing it today, considerably more troubling, more isolating, and more disruptive than the calm historical and anthropological accounts this story has examined would seem to predict? Part of the answer lies in something this story has already touched on directly: the relatively recent and historically unusual cultural expectation, becoming widespread only within the last century or two, that healthy sleep must take the form of a single, perfectly continuous, unbroken block. E. Kirch's historical research, discussed in detail earlier in this story, found that this expectation simply did not exist across the overwhelming majority of pre-industrial human history, with segmented sleep treated as entirely ordinary rather than as any kind of failure or disorder. The modern expectation of continuous sleep, researchers studying sleep psychology have argued, creates a kind of interpretive trap, transforming what might otherwise be experienced as a brief, neutral, easily resolved stirring into something actively troubling, simply because it fails to match a culturally inherited template of what proper sleep is supposed to look like, a template this story has shown to be considerably newer and considerably less universally applicable than most people realise. Layered on top of this cultural shift sit several genuinely modern factors capable of measurably amplifying the underlying ancestral pattern beyond its original, typically brief and easily resolved shape. Artificial light exposure in the hours before sleep, particularly the blue spectrum light emitted by phone, tablet, and computer screens, has been shown across numerous controlled studies to suppress melatonin production and delay its natural rise, disrupting the smooth hormonal transition into sleep. This story examined in detail in an earlier chapter, and potentially increasing the frequency and difficulty of nighttime waking as a result. Irregular sleep schedules, increasingly common in a world of shift work, late-night obligations, and socially driven sleep timing that often varies considerably between weekdays and weekends, place additional strain on the circadian system discussed earlier, a system that, across the overwhelming majority of human evolutionary history, would have operated under the considerably more consistent and considerably more predictable timing cues provided by natural sunlight alone. Elevated background stress, a feature of modern life that researchers studying comparative stress physiology have argued differs in important ways from the more acute, episodic stress ancestral humans would have more typically experienced, also appears to interact meaningfully with the ancient vigilance architecture this story has examined throughout. Chronic, low-grade psychological stress, the kind associated with ongoing financial pressure, work demands, or relationship difficulty, tends to produce sustained elevation in baseline cortisol levels and sustained activation of the broader stress response systems discussed earlier in this story, potentially lowering the threshold at which the ancient, otherwise brief and self-resolving nighttime vigilance pattern tips over into something more prolonged, more difficult to settle, and more genuinely distressing than its ancestral original would typically have been. Understanding this layered picture, an ancient, generally brief and harmless underlying pattern, interacting with a relatively recent cultural expectation of continuous sleep, and further amplified by genuinely modern factors, including artificial light, irregular scheduling, and elevated chronic stress, offers something genuinely useful for anyone listening to this story tonight, who has found their own experience of deep night wakefulness considerably more troubling than the calm, settled picture this script has mostly described. It suggests that the path toward a calmer relationship with this particular hour likely runs through several complementary channels at once, gently adjusting the genuinely modern, addressable factors capable of amplifying the underlying pattern, reducing evening screen exposure, working toward more consistent sleep timing, addressing chronic stress through whatever combination of practical and professional support proves helpful, while simultaneously extending toward the ancient pattern itself the same calm, unbothered acceptance. This story has suggested the overwhelming majority of humans throughout history, by every available account, appear to have extended to it. There is a final gentle observation worth making here, one that connects this practical thread back to the broader emotional arc this story has tried to offer throughout tonight's long journey. The goal of understanding the deep evolutionary roots of this particular hour was never to eliminate the experience entirely, which the evidence this story has assembled suggests would likely be neither possible nor, in any case, necessary for most people experiencing it in its ordinary, brief form. The goal, instead, has been to offer a different relationship with the experience itself, replacing the anxious, isolating uncertainty so many people bring to this hour with something closer to recognition, even a kind of quiet companionship. The understanding that this particular waking connects you in a genuine and scientifically supported sense to every single ancestor who ever managed to survive long enough, watch long enough, and rest easily enough afterward to eventually contribute to the long unbroken chain that arrives, tonight, at you. Whatever the specific modern factors shaping your own particular experience of this hour, the underlying instinct itself remains, at its evolutionary core, exactly what this entire story has tried to show it to be: old, patient, and, in the overwhelming majority of cases across an almost unimaginable number of nights, entirely safe to simply let pass, gently, on its way toward morning. As this long night story gathers itself toward its final hours, it is worth slowing down once more, gently and simply, collecting in one unhurried place some of the smaller, quieter details this journey has uncovered along the way, the kind of specific, carefully studied facts that rarely make their way into ordinary conversation about sleep, but that, taken together, form much of the foundation this entire story has been resting upon tonight. Begin with the bones themselves, because the bones are where this story first found its footing. The skull fragment recovered from the Swartkrans cave system in South Africa, belonging to a young early hominin and bearing 2 clean puncture marks later matched precisely to the canine spacing of an extinct leopard relative, remains one of the most direct physical confirmations available anywhere in the fossil record that early hominins were genuinely, repeatedly hunted as prey rather than existing safely above the food chain from the very beginning of their evolutionary story. Alongside it sit the bones of Dinophilis, a saber-toothed cat roughly the size of a modern jaguar, recovered in such close and repeated association with early hominin remains across multiple separate sites that researchers have spent considerable effort trying to determine whether this pattern reflects genuine dietary specialization or simply habitat overlap, a question that, even now, remains only partially resolved. Consider, too, the strange and easily overlooked detail of taphonomy itself, the specific scientific discipline concerned not with what an animal was, but with how its remains came to rest in the particular place researchers eventually found them. Many of the caves once assumed by early researchers to be early hominin living spaces or burial sites have since been reinterpreted, through careful taphonomic analysis, as predator dens, places where large carnivores dragged captured prey to feed in relative safety, meaning that a meaningful proportion of the early hominin fossil record available to science today exists specifically because those individuals were once, quite literally, somebody else's dinner. Hold alongside this the detail of Dyson odins, more properly called dicynodonts, ancient mammal relatives that dominated terrestrial herbivore ecosystems for tens of millions of years before any dinosaur achieved comparable dominance. A detail that, while belonging to a far more ancient chapter of deep time than the hominin story this script has focused on tonight, illustrates the same underlying principle threading through every layer of this entire story, that ecological dominance, however total it may appear at any given moment, has never once in the full history of life on this planet proven to be permanent. Return closer to the human story and consider the genuinely remarkable finding from the Vare sleep study discussed earlier, that ordinary volunteers, placed under nothing more unusual than extended winter-length darkness, and given no specific instruction about how to sleep, spontaneously and independently rediscovered, within a matter of weeks, a segmented sleep pattern matching, with striking precision, the centuries-old historical descriptions Okerch had separately uncovered through entirely different archival methods, 2 completely independent lines of evidence, one experimental and modern, one historical and archival, arriving at the very same conclusion without either research effort initially knowing what the other had found. Consider the meerkat standing upright on its hind legs in the harsh light of the Kalahari, rotating sentinel duty among group members with a consistency precise enough that researchers have been able to model and predict shift patterns mathematically, each sentinel scanning a slightly different portion of the horizon than the one before, an entirely independent solution to nighttime and daytime vigilance arrived at by a small, burrowing mammal with no evolutionary relationship whatsoever to the primate lineage that eventually produced the body reading or listening to these words tonight. Consider the duck resting on open water, positioned at the edge of a sleeping line of its companions, one eye closed and the opposite eye held consistently open, oriented outward toward open water, with the corresponding hemisphere of its brain remaining in a measurably lighter, more active state than the hemisphere governing the closed eye, a phenomenon called unhemispheric sleep that pushes the same underlying evolutionary logic. This entire story is examined to a genuinely remarkable physiological extreme. Few mammals, humans included, are capable of matching. Consider the dolphin, surfacing rhythmically through the night to breathe even while resting, never losing full consciousness in either hemisphere of its brain simultaneously, a sleep architecture so specifically adapted to the competing demands of rest and vigilance that researchers studying it have described it as one of the most elegant solutions to this particular evolutionary problem found anywhere across the entire animal kingdom. Consider the elephant, observed under real wild conditions for the first time only relatively recently, thanks to advances in lightweight tracking technology, sleeping for as little as 2 hours across an entire day, occasionally skipping sleep entirely for a full night when matriarchal responsibility or perceived environmental threat called for sustained vigilance instead, a finding that surprised even the researchers who designed the original study, who had expected, based on body size and metabolic demand alone, considerably longer sleep durations than what the tracking data actually revealed. Consider the chimpanzee, constructing a fresh sleeping nest from carefully bent and woven branches nearly every single night of its adult life, choosing each location with a measurable, researcher-documented preference for sites that balance comfort against defensibility, a behavioral pattern requiring genuine ongoing judgment and assessment, rather than simple, fixed instinct, repeated freshly each evening across an entire lifetime. Consider the specific chemistry of the human stress response itself, the cortisol awakening response beginning its climb well before conscious waking typically occurs, crossing paths in the deep night hours with the declining curve of melatonin, two entirely separate hormonal systems, governed by largely separate regulatory pathways, nonetheless converging with remarkable precision on the very same narrow window of vulnerability. This entire story has spent so long examining. Consider the amygdala itself, showing patterns of activity during REM sleep that, by certain measures researchers have taken using modern functional imaging, actually exceed its activity during ordinary relaxed daytime wakefulness, a finding that continues to genuinely puzzle and fascinate the researchers who first observed it, since REM sleep remains, by every behavioral measure available, one of the most deeply restful states the human brain is capable of entering. Consider the locus coeruleus, that tiny, easily overlooked cluster of brainstem neurons responsible for nearly the entire brain supply of norepinephrine, falling almost silent during deep slow-wave sleep, then rising again during the lighter, REM-adjacent stages that cluster, disproportionately during precisely the later hours of an ordinary night, a single small structure quietly orchestrating much of the rhythm this entire story has tried to carefully trace. Consider the snake and the spider, embedded experimentally among grids of harmless flowers and mushrooms, detected by human study participants measurably faster than the reverse arrangement would predict, a pattern holding even among very young infants with no plausible opportunity for extensive personal learning, evidence of a visual detection system apparently tuned across deep evolutionary time toward categories of ancestral threat that very few people reading or listening to this story tonight will ever actually encounter in their own ordinary daily lives. Consider the specific, carefully measured acoustic properties of a human infant's cry, found by researchers to be unusually effective at penetrating adult sleep and triggering rapid arousal compared to many other sounds of equivalent volume, a finding that helps explain with genuine scientific precision an experience countless parents across countless generations have known intimately without ever needing any laboratory study to confirm it. Consider the lion, tracked across multiple African field sites, showing measurably reduced hunting success during brighter, moonlit nights, when concealment becomes considerably harder to maintain, and measurably increased hunting success during darker, new moon periods, when the advantage of true darkness returns fully to the predator, a finding that offers a genuinely plausible, if still only partially settled, explanation for why some researchers have found measurable lunar-linked variation in human sleep architecture as well. Consider the architectural site of Çatalhöyük in modern Turkey, its mud brick dwellings entered not through ground-level doors, but through openings cut into the roof, representing some of the very earliest meaningful physical enclosure available in the entire archaeological record, dating to roughly 9,000 years ago, a genuinely recent development when measured against the close to 2 million years across which the broader hominin lineage existed without any comparable architectural protection at all. Consider the genuinely small, genuinely recent window during which truly private, individually enclosed sleeping spaces became widespread across much of the industrialized world, closely tracking, with a precision that still strikes many researchers studying this history as remarkable, the very same period during which Ekirch found historical references to segmented sleep beginning to fade from common written record, two cultural shifts, separate light and separate privacy, arriving together and reshaping within only a couple of centuries a pattern that had remained largely stable for nearly the entire rest of human history before it. Consider the Hadza community of northern Tanzania, monitored using modern, lightweight, non-intrusive sleep tracking technology, showing considerable night-to-night variability in sleep timing and depth across individuals within the same sleeping group, yet reporting remarkably little of the insomnia complaints so common across modern industrialized populations, a finding that places the distress so often associated with deep night wakefulness squarely on cultural expectation rather than on the underlying biological pattern itself. Consider the twin studies, identical twins showing measurably higher concordance in sleep continuity and nighttime arousal frequency than fraternal twins raised under broadly similar conditions, evidence of a genuine heritable component running quietly beneath this entire story, passed forward not through teaching or memory, but through the considerably older, considerably more patient machinery of genetic inheritance itself. Consider finally the simple, almost overwhelming scale of time this entire story has asked you to hold throughout tonight's long journey, 2 million years of hominin evolutionary history, compressed for the sake of human comprehension into a single calendar year in which nearly everything resembling the modern bedroom, the locked door, the electric light, the fully private sleeping space, arrives only in the very last few minutes before that compressed year's midnight, a sliver of time so thin against the full span of the calendar that the body's older, far more patient rhythms have scarcely had any opportunity at all to notice, let alone adjust to, just how much has so very recently and so very rapidly changed around them. Each of these details, gathered carefully across paleontology, comparative zoology, neuroscience, genetics, archaeology, and anthropology, exists as a small, separately verified piece of evidence, studied by researchers working largely independently of one another in entirely different fields, often separated by decades and by enormous geographic distance, and yet, gathered together here, in the quiet stillness of this long night story, they form something considerably larger than the sum of their individual parts, a patient, carefully assembled portrait of exactly why the particular hour this story set out, so many hours ago now to understand, continues, gently and harmlessly, to visit so many sleeping bodies even now, even tonight, even, perhaps, your own. There is one final scientific thread worth gathering into this story before it finally allows itself to rest, a thread that touches on something close to the very origins of communication itself, and that connects, in a surprisingly direct way, back to the predation pressures this entire story has spent so long examining tonight. Vervet monkeys, small ground and tree-dwelling primates native to large parts of sub-Saharan Africa, have become one of the most thoroughly studied species in the entire field of animal communication, largely because of a discovery made decades ago by researchers conducting careful patient field observation across multiple wild populations. Vervet monkeys, the researchers found, do not produce a single, generalized alarm call in response to danger. They produce several entirely distinct calls, each one specific to a particular category of predator, and crucially, each call reliably triggers a different, appropriately tailored evasive response from any nearby monkey who hears it, even when that listening monkey cannot itself see whatever has triggered the alarm. A specific, sharp, barking call, researchers found, is reserved almost exclusively for the sighting of a leopard or other large ground-based cat, and any vervet monkey hearing this particular call reliably responds by immediately climbing into the nearest available tree, moving toward the outer, thinner branches where a heavier leopard would struggle to follow. A separate, distinct call, this one shorter and more clipped, is reserved for the sighting of a martial eagle or other large aerial predator, and monkeys hearing this call respond just as reliably by doing precisely the opposite of their leopard response, looking upward and diving immediately into dense ground cover, where an eagle's aerial strike would become considerably more difficult to execute. A third distinct call, low and chattering, is reserved for snakes, triggering yet another distinct response, monkeys standing upright on their hind legs, scanning the surrounding grass carefully before cautiously proceeding. What makes this finding so remarkable and so directly relevant to the story this script has told tonight is what it reveals about the depth and sophistication of predator-specific threat processing among social primates closely related, in evolutionary terms, to the broader lineage that eventually produced modern humans. This is not a single generalized fear response triggered indiscriminately by any sudden danger. It is something considerably more refined, a genuinely categorized, genuinely differentiated communication system, built specifically around the distinct evasive strategies required by distinct categories of ancestral predator, each one demanding its own specific, immediate and correctly executed behavioral response if it is to succeed in actually preventing predation. Researchers studying the broader implications of this finding have proposed that vervet alarm calls represent one of the clearest available windows into how genuinely sophisticated threat-specific communication may have begun evolving among early primate ancestors long before anything resembling human language existed in any recognizable form. Some linguists and evolutionary anthropologists studying the deep origins of human language have gone further still, proposing that the kind of referential, category-specific signaling vervet alarm calls demonstrate communication genuinely about something specific in the external world, rather than simply an undifferentiated expression of internal emotional state, may represent an important early evolutionary stepping stone on the long path eventually leading toward fully developed human language itself, a path on which the urgent, life-preserving need to communicate specifically and accurately about specific categories of approaching predator may have provided some of the very earliest selective pressure favoring genuinely referential vocal communication at all. This thread connects beautifully back to the broader story this script has assembled throughout tonight, because it suggests that the deep evolutionary relationship between social primates and the predators who hunted them was never simply a matter of individual vigilance and individual escape. It was, from a very early point in primate evolutionary history, already a profoundly social, profoundly communicative relationship, requiring not just the kind of staggered, distributed sentinel vigilance examined earlier in this story, but genuinely sophisticated, category-specific communication capable of rapidly and accurately transmitting exactly what kind of danger had been detected, so that an entire group, not merely the single individual who happened to spot the approaching threat first, could respond correctly and immediately. Early hominins descended from a broader primate lineage already capable of this kind of differentiated alarm communication almost certainly carried forward some version of this same underlying capacity, gradually elaborating and refining it across the long evolutionary span this story has traced throughout tonight into something considerably more flexible and considerably more expressive, eventually arriving, many hundreds of thousands of years later, at full human language itself, capable of communicating not only the urgent immediate presence of a specific predator, but eventually, after countless further generations of refinement, capable of doing exactly what this story has spent the whole night doing, telling a long, careful, patient story about where that ancient watchfulness actually came from, passed not through alarm calls now, but through careful, considered words, gathered slowly across an evening offered gently into the quiet dark. Exactly the way the earliest watchful ancestors of this story might have once wished someone could explain it to them too. Researchers studying related alarm call systems in other primate species, including several species of monkey living across South America and Southeast Asia, have continued finding broadly similar predator-specific differentiation in entirely separate evolutionary lineages, further reinforcing the idea that genuinely sophisticated category-specific threat communication arose independently, more than once, wherever social primates face sustained, varied predation pressure of the kind this story has spent the whole night carefully examining. This recurring independent pattern offers one final, quiet reassurance worth carrying gently into the last stretch of this story, that the deep instinct stirring occasionally awake inside you near the darkest hours of the night belongs to an extraordinarily old, extraordinarily well-tested lineage of solutions, refined again and again across countless separate branches of the primate family tree, each one independently arriving at the same patient, careful answer to the same old question. The surrounding dark has always quietly asked of anything small enough and watchful enough to survive it. Among the more unexpected threads researchers have followed in trying to understand the deep architecture of human sleep is the question of the moon, a question that for a long time sat closer to folklore than to serious science, dismissed by many researchers as an old superstition with no measurable biological basis. Popular belief across countless cultures and centuries has long associated the full moon with restless nights, strange dreams, and difficulty sleeping, a belief so widespread and so persistent that several research teams eventually decided it was worth testing properly under genuinely controlled conditions, rather than simply assuming it could not be true. A notable study conducted by researchers at the University of Basel, examining sleep data gathered from volunteers under tightly controlled laboratory conditions in which participants could not actually see the moon or have any conscious awareness of the lunar phase during the study itself, found something that surprised many in the field when it was first published. Across the lunar cycle, participants showed measurable differences in sleep architecture correlated with moon phase, including reduced overall sleep duration, a longer time required to fall asleep, and reduced deep, slow-wave sleep during the days surrounding the full moon. Despite having no conscious knowledge of which phase the moon was actually in at the time, subsequent studies attempting to replicate this finding have produced a genuinely mixed picture, some finding similar effects, others finding effects too small to be statistically reliable, and the overall scientific consensus on lunar influence on human sleep remains, even now, cautiously unsettled rather than firmly established in either direction. What makes this thread worth including in tonight's story is not that it resolves cleanly, because it does not, but that it offers a fascinating possible extension of the deeper evolutionary argument this script has been building throughout. If a genuine, measurable lunar influence on human sleep architecture does exist, researchers exploring this possibility have proposed an explanation that connects directly back to the ancestral predation pressures discussed earlier. A full moon dramatically increases ambient nighttime light levels compared to a new moon, and for a ground-dwelling, visually oriented primate living under predation pressure across open grassland, brighter moonlight would have meaningfully changed the balance of risk and visibility through the night, in ways that could plausibly have favoured different sleep strategies depending on lunar phase. Slightly lighter, more easily interrupted sleep during darker, lower visibility new moon periods, when ambush predators relying on stealth and concealment would have held a particular advantage, against slightly different patterns during brighter, higher visibility full moon periods. Interestingly, several studies of large nocturnal predators support exactly this kind of lunar-linked behavioural shift on the other side of the predator-prey relationship. Research tracking lion hunting behaviour across the lunar cycle, conducted across multiple sites in Africa, has found that lions show measurably reduced hunting success during brighter, moonlit periods, when their primary ambush advantage, concealment in darkness, is meaningfully reduced and correspondingly increased hunting activity and success during darker new moon periods, when the advantage of darkness returns fully to the predator. If ancestral nocturnal predators relevant to early hominins behaved similarly, favouring the cover of darker nights for active hunting, it would make considerable evolutionary sense for prey species, including early hominins, to have evolved correspondingly heightened vigilance specifically during these darker lunar periods, a pattern that, if genuinely present in modern human sleep architecture, would represent yet another remarkably specific, finely tuned echo of ancestral predation, pressure persisting faintly and almost imperceptibly into the present day. It is worth being appropriately careful here, exactly as the researchers studying this question are careful, given the genuinely mixed replication results across different studies. This thread remains one of the more speculative and least firmly settled pieces of evidence this story has examined tonight, offered not as proven fact, but as a genuinely intriguing possibility under active ongoing investigation, the kind of loose thread that good science leaves visible rather than tucking away out of sight simply because it has not yet been fully resolved. But even in its uncertain, unsettled state, it adds something valuable to the broader picture this story has assembled, a reminder that the rhythms governing human sleep may be tuned with a level of evolutionary specificity considerably finer and considerably more responsive to ancestral environmental detail than most people, drifting off to sleep on an ordinary night, would ever think to consider. Somewhere in the deep architecture of your sleeping body, fine-tuned across an almost unimaginable span of ancestral nights, there may be a rhythm still faintly, quietly attentive not only to the hour of the night, but to the particular darkness or brightness of the sky outside, a rhythm shaped by moonlight. Your ancestors once watched fall across grassland where shapes moved more freely and more dangerously whenever that moonlight happened to be thin. It is worth pausing now, this far into the story, to gather together the many separate threads this script has carefully walked through tonight, not to repeat them in exhausting detail, but to let them settle alongside one another, the way scattered pieces of evidence eventually settle into a coherent picture once enough of them have been gathered in one place. A primate forest gradually thinning into open, exposed grassland. A small, slow, increasingly upright creature standing in that grassland with limited natural defences against the multiple, specialised nocturnal predators that fossil evidence directly places alongside it. Predators whose teeth marks survive, even now in the recovered skulls of actual hominin individuals who did not survive those particular nights. A widespread, independently evolved behavioural solution, sentinel-style staggered vigilance, observed across an enormous range of unrelated social species facing structurally similar problems, the slow arrival of controlled fire restructuring nighttime social geography around a shared tended flame requiring periodic waking to maintain, a redundant overlapping physiological architecture, hormonal, neurological and thermal, all independently converging on the same narrow window of the deep night as the period of lightest, most easily interrupted sleep. A historical record, preserved almost by accident in centuries of diaries and court documents, describing the same pattern as an ordinary unremarkable feature of pre-industrial life, only fading from common memory within the last few centuries alongside the arrival of artificial light. A measurable genetic and heritable component, traceable to ancient, deeply conserved biological systems shared across an enormous range of species. Contemporary hunter-gatherer populations, living under conditions closer to ancestral than anything available in a modern industrialized bedroom, calmly experiencing broadly similar patterns of nighttime waking without the distress or alarm so often attached to the same experience in modern industrialized populations. No single one of these threads, examined entirely in isolation, would constitute proof on its own. This is worth saying plainly one final time, in the spirit of the honest scientific uncertainty this story has tried to honour throughout. But examined together, woven across paleontology, comparative animal behaviour, archaeology, neuroscience, genetics, history and contemporary anthropology, the convergence becomes considerably more difficult to dismiss as mere coincidence. Each field arrived at its piece of the picture largely independently, through entirely different methods, entirely different evidence, entirely different researchers working without particular knowledge of what the others were finding. And yet the pieces, gathered together, point with remarkable consistency toward the same underlying story, that the strange, calm, watchful wakefulness so many people experience near 3 a.m. is not a modern malfunction, not a flaw requiring correction, but a genuinely ancient inheritance, built slowly and patiently across an almost unimaginable span of evolutionary time, carried forward faithfully across an extraordinary chain of ancestors, each one surviving long enough, watching long enough, listening long enough into the dark to eventually contribute in some small and largely unknowable way to the body you are resting in tonight. There is something worth dwelling on gently here about what inheritance actually means across a timescale this immense. You did not choose this pattern. No single ancestor chose it deliberately either, in any conscious, intentional sense. It assembled itself slowly across hundreds of thousands of years through the patient, indifferent, endlessly repeating logic of survival and reproduction, each small advantage in nighttime vigilance contributing, almost imperceptibly, to the slightly improved odds of leaving descendants, repeated across so many generations that the original cause, actual predators stalking an actual ancestral landscape, has long since faded from the world entirely, while the pattern itself remarkably persists, carried forward not through memory or teaching but through the deep, patient machinery of biological inheritance itself. This is, when properly understood, one of the more remarkable things biology is capable of showing us about ourselves. The body resting in your bed tonight is not simply yours, in the narrow individual sense people usually mean when they use that word. It is also, in a very real and scientifically supportable sense, a living archive, carrying forward, encoded in genetics, in neurological architecture, in hormonal rhythm, the accumulated experience of an almost unimaginable number of ancestors, most of whom left no other trace of their existence at all, no name, no story, no monument, nothing except the genetic and physiological contribution they managed to pass forward to the next generation, and the generation after that, across a chain stretching back far beyond anything resembling recorded human history. Somewhere within that vast, largely anonymous chain, the particular pattern this story has spent so long examining took shape, refined gradually across countless dangerous nights, until it arrived, intact and still quietly functioning, inside the body reading or listening to these words right now. 3 a.m, then, considered in this light, becomes something considerably richer than an inconvenient interruption to an otherwise restful night. It becomes a kind of quiet meeting point, a moment in which the deep, patient inheritance carried forward across an almost unimaginable span of evolutionary time briefly, gently surfaces into conscious awareness, asking nothing of you except a few minutes of calm, unhurried stillness before settling back down into rest, exactly as it has done, by every line of evidence this story has gathered, for nearly every ancestor who has ever come before you, across nearly every night that has ever passed beneath an open, or, eventually, a sheltered sky. Let us return, one final time, to that ancient grassland, not to examine evidence now, but simply to rest there for a while, letting the story settle into something closer to pure scene, the way the rest of this night deserves to settle now too. Imagine the deep hours of an ordinary ancestral night drawing slowly toward their end. The fire has burned down to a low, steady bed of glowing coals, tended carefully through the darkest hours by whichever members of the group happen to stir during their portion of the night's distributed watch. The sky above the grassland, free of any artificial light to compete with it, carries more stars than a modern eye accustomed to city lighting could easily imagine. A dense, scattered field of faint light stretching from horizon to horizon, indifferent to the small, sleeping group gathered below it. Somewhere in this deep, quiet stretch of night, an early human stirs, eyes opening without any obvious cause, the same calm, listening alertness this entire story has tried to carefully understand settling over them in the dark. They do not sit up in alarm, they do not reach for any weapon, they simply lie still for a moment, breathing slowly, eyes adjusting to the deep dark beyond the fire's faint glow, ears tuned, almost without conscious effort, toward the wider silence of the grassland beyond the small circle of sleeping bodies around them. Somewhere out in that darkness, perhaps, something moves, a rustle of grass, a distant call, ordinary nighttime sound that carries no particular threat tonight, that resolves itself after a few quiet moments of attention into nothing more than the ordinary business of a world continuing on around a small sleeping camp. The early human, satisfied, shifts position slightly, perhaps glances once more at the dying coals, and allows their eyes to close again, sleep returning easily, naturally, the way it does for a body that has simply done, briefly and without distress, exactly what it was built to do. This single small moment, repeated with countless variations across an almost unimaginable number of individual nights, across hundreds of thousands of years, across an entire lineage's slow transformation from a vulnerable, forest-edge primate into the species capable of building cities, writing books, and eventually studying its own sleep with careful scientific attention, is, in a very real sense, the moment this entire story has been trying to help you understand and perhaps to gently inhabit. Multiplied across countless individuals, across countless generations, across an almost incomprehensible span of deep, evolutionary time, this small, quiet act of nighttime vigilance became woven so thoroughly into the architecture of the human body that it persists today, largely unchanged in its fundamental shape, even though nearly everything else about how and where humans sleep has changed almost beyond recognition. As that ancient night continues its slow progression toward dawn, the eastern horizon eventually beginning to lighten, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, watchful quality of the darkest hours gradually gives way to something different. A thinning of the dark, a softening, the first faint suggestion of colour returning to a sky that has held nothing but stars and firelight for so many hours. Birds, the distant descendants, this story has already shown, of dinosaurs that once shared the earth with creatures far larger and stranger than anything alive today, begin their own quiet stirring. The first scattered calls of early morning beginning to rise from the grassland beyond the camp. The fire's glow grows fainter as competing daylight strengthens around it. The sleeping group, gathered through the long night in their loose protective circle, begins its own gradual transition toward waking, the deep, vulnerable hours now safely past, another night successfully crossed, another small contribution made toward the unbroken chain of survival that would, eventually, after an almost unimaginable number of further nights just like this one, arrive at you. There is nothing left to explain in this particular scene, only something left to feel, gently, as this story draws toward its own close tonight. The instinct that may have stirred you briefly awake earlier this evening, the same one that stirred that ancient ancestor awake on that distant grassland night, is, in the end, not a strange or troubling mystery at all, however much science still has left to fully map about its precise mechanisms. It is, more simply and more beautifully than that, a kind of inherited tenderness, an old patient watchfulness passed down across an almost unimaginable chain of ancestors who cared enough, in whatever wordless way their bodies were capable of caring, to keep watching, keep listening, keep returning safely to sleep night after night after night, until eventually, after all that patient watching, there was you, resting now in whatever room you find yourself in tonight, carrying that same old watchfulness forward, gently, quietly, harmlessly, into a world your most distant ancestors could never have imagined, but would, in this one small, persistent way, still recognize completely. The night is nearly finished now, and wherever you are listening from, the old instinct that carried you through this story has likely already begun settling back into stillness, the way it always eventually does. There is nothing left to understand tonight, only this, simple and quiet. If you wake again before morning, calm and listening, you're not broken. You're ancient. You're carrying forward something built with extraordinary care across an extraordinary span of time, something that has, across nearly every one of those countless nights, found nothing waiting in the dark except more dark, and settled, safely, back into rest. Let your breathing slow now, the way it wants to. Let your shoulders soften into whatever is holding you. The grassland is gone. The fire is gone. The shapes that once moved at the edges of firelight have been gone for millions of years, turned long ago into stone and memory in the quiet shape of a story like this one. What remains is only the soft old rhythm itself, harmless now, patient now, asking nothing of you except permission to keep doing what it has always done. Watch briefly, find nothing, rest again. You do not need to hold on to anything else from tonight. Let the facts drift loose, the dates, the names, the careful evidence. Keep only this, if anything at all. You come from an unbroken line of careful, watchful survivors, and their watchfulness lives on in you now, gentle, settled, entirely at peace. Sleep can come closer now. There is nothing left to listen for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. If you would like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel, as it really helps us continue making more content like this for you. If you enjoyed tonight's journey, I would love to know, somewhere in the comments below, whether you have ever woken near 3 in the morning yourself, calm and unable to say exactly why. And if you have a topic from deep time you would like a future story to explore, leave that below as well. Anyways, see you in the next one.